What is up, everybody? Alright, let's see how far we can get into CCC before 5.5 drops. I haven't done any of it on the ult account, so we gotta do everything. Thankfully, they cut out all the farming for the main interlude version, so it won't be as bad. Alrighty. I think this is... yeah, you gotta use Melt for a little bit here. Like Gwen and that kind of thing. It's always fun to see how far you can get, though. I play NA every once in a while. Not that often, though. Hey, Looking Glass, thank you for the 170 bits. Jesus. I don't think I'm going to stream all the way until 5.5 drops, but if does it come out 4 a.m. my time? Because if it comes out at 4 a.m. my time, I'm going to make like an Arash animation update video and all that before going to bed, and then I'll go to bed, and then wake up, and then, you know, get the ball rolling. So yeah, because I thought it might be 5. If it's 5 a.m., that's too late. Fuck that. But 4 a.m., I think I'll stay up just for that, because I've already got the video, like the video file ready to go on Sony Vegas. I literally have my main account. I'm in a stage. I've gotten both Georges killed, so it's just Arash solo. So as soon as, you know, the update lands, it says you're in the middle of a stage, I can continue it, and boom, I'll be in there with the updated Arash. So I should be able to make a video. I wouldn't say quickly, because I still have to render it and all those other things, but I'm more ready than usual, so. Alright, let's kill some dudes. Yeah, I rolled to get, funnily enough, I rolled to get Asclepius. And you might say, Asclepius isn't rated up right now, in which you would be correct. I rolled Story. Yeah, I rolled a little bit for Kentucky because I wanted to get him MP2, and I had him MP1, but I mostly rolled on the main, or just Story banner, which I do not regret because I got Asclepius, and he is beyond worth it, so... very happy about that. I don't even know why this account, though, didn't roll on Asclepius back in the day. I'm still very confused by that. But this is the ult account. You know, it's not my main. My main is still sitting on a ungodly amount of SQ. I should probably put in the title, this is my ult account. I thought you fought her after Gwen, but I guess not. Alright, let's see how far we can get here. Oh fuck, I forgot. This is the unbuffed version of Melt. You have to cast the third skill the turn prior, which is actually more fun, to be honest, but I just forgot that that's how she is here. We'll have to do it for the next NP, assuming we get that far. Shame we can't bring double salami. You could break some of these Gozen fights. Oh, we should do that. Don't you get some fights with her later where you're not supposed to break her bar or something? And I think you get support for some of those. If so, we should do double salami and see if we can kill her anyway. Don't you just love how the blue bars come back to go away? Yeah, because this is the ult account, I can't use Samsung Dex, and that's why we have black bars. But, one of these days I'm gonna figure out how to get my ult account on Dex. At least my main works, so... What I really dislike about that, though, is that means because I cannot get my ult to work on Dex to save my life, whenever I stream a new Singularity, we're gonna have black bars, right? So it's kind of lame, because I save the main account where I don't have black bars, but I save that for the videos, right? So, that kind of sucks. The only way I could really fix that is, like, getting another phone, but that's, a bit extreme. I looped! What the fuck? Why you loop? I was gonna... What the f... I mean, like, you know, that's good, sure, but, you know, I wanted to cast the thing. I guess we cast it now and just hope we, loop again, which doesn't seem that likely, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Shame we don't get our, the crit gimmick thing. Dude, I like how the official videos and streams for F Go have black bars now because it's on this widescreen. Really cannot put enough quotations around widescreen on that. It's gonna be up to how much he hits this year. Wow, okay, once again. Guard, by the way. How about this music, though? I'm gonna link to this guy's channel. He does a lot of like instrumental covers and stuff. He's really good. And he lets me use his music in my videos. Feels good, man. Actually, I need to use his music more often because he's really good. Wow, we're just in P standing like a motherfucker. The stage is gonna end soon, but we've done really fucking well here. This is probably the best I've done with Melt on this stage, I think. Like, shit. And this is before all of her buffs, by the way. It's crazy that we did that much damage. Hell, we might have looped again. We had made 48 stars, and with her hit count, we might have got another one. Needed those buffs, I know, right? Yeah, not only do you do less damage because she's a saber, but she has a gimmick where she has like 90% damage resistance or like 99 or something. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's very difficult to do any damage to her. But true damage still works because true damage always works, so that's why you can do like salami, divinity stacking, and crap like that. Yeah, I think this one you're supposed to win. I think you're supposed to beat Gwen too, or something. Yeah, we'll try to get some Lee in. Lee's always a fun unit. When we get George, we gotta use Jin. What was it? Yang, that's what it was, Yang. You know, we really should at some point make a video, because you can refight Kiara whenever you want. She's a permanent stage. We should totally make a video at some point doing a setup to make Gozen kill her. And I actually really like that idea. I really do need to do that at some point. I don't know if it was worth it to get that on cooldown because I kind of wasted the stars thing. Shout out Martha. I should have cast our third skill again. Just loop forehead. Probably not gonna loop on this one because Martha's hit count is not as high. Maybe we'll get that art crit though, see what happens. Yeah, Rex do well. Assuming we fight anything that he's applicable for, which I'm sure we will fight something like that. He's applicable for a lot of things, which we will. Just double... Oh. Never mind. That's kind of disappointing. Like, oh, you died. Lee versus Lee. Oh, yeah, you do fight him in here, don't you? I still don't see how she's supposed to be a Sakura face. She literally looks absolutely nothing like Sakura other than the fact that they have the same hair color, right? That's not really that much of a connection there. Like Passion Lip, you can see it, right? But not so much with Melt. Oh, I saw it. I responded, didn't I? What dimension am I in right now? Okay, there's Gwen. I should have my NP next turn. Although, you know what? I should have cast that next turn because the stars matter a lot more then. That was wrong. Although we got pretty lucky with that crit spread, maybe we will get the spread here. Got one. Yeah, I should have used the Mysticode evade and then I should have used the skill evade right now. Because then I'd have way more stars. You know what? I'm gonna reset because I want to do it that way. Gotta get meta. I think we'll win even if I don't do that. But let's do this proper. Alright. Hey, Shadow. Sound like I'm talking about Sonic the Hedgehog there. Let's not go down that route. I don't want to do art quick to just absolutely make sure I get my NP in case Gawain does weird things. I would just like to remind everyone, Shadow the Hedgehog is a video game that was created, and it is an interesting thing. Okay, I didn't have to do art quick, but I didn't want to risk it going south there. That crit spread didn't really work out the way that I had intended. You know what? I'm taking 100% art. Fuck the quick chain. We just give me that NP gain. You know, when I look at that NP, I'm like, was all that water really necessary? Like, you're just kicking him ultimately. Wow, we almost won right there. Shit, if I done Buster NP art, I think we would have killed him right there. That's easier than I remember. Let's put this in slow-mo here. We need more water, Like, okay, you hit him once, you hit him twice. You know, it's just kicking, right? Just blade stuff. But the what? This doesn't do anything. Like, what do you like? What's the point of any of that? Like, ultimately, she's just using her blades a lot, really. I'm sure lore-wise, there's more to it than that, but because of the game animation, it's a bit silly. Yeah, we're playing Devil May Cry, you know, gotta get that meter up. Alright, I think that's the last one where you solo. You know what, let's, there's casters here, so this is gonna be nasty. Wait, do we, people keep, okay, there we go. I was gonna say, people keep asking me for Old Man Lee, but we don't really have access to him very often. Like, I think his Persona's the only one that's got him. Default or Atlas? His skills are fucking great, but there's casters here, so I feel like I need to, like, weather the normal card damage. Not, you know, fall over dead. Oh my god, is this the one where you fight her? I know you fight her pretty early on. I didn't think it was that early though. Yes, might be. I'm worried. All the debuff resistance down. Absolutely abysmal opening hand. Fantastic. Watch this George damage. 1,600, boys. Y'all actually attack, please. Okay, that didn't quite get the job done. Yep, most of these cards are in the third hand. Yay! Well, actually, he's only got 2. So yeah, they're really just like super spread out. Well, at least we get this turn, so good enough. He's got 2 more next hand. That one we probably will never see though. Y'all stop doing that. If I can kill one of these, I'll be really happy, and then I'll MP the other one. Come on, Lee. That's not going to work. Do I MP the middle one and kill 2 of them? That doesn't seem that good. No, I still MP this one. Will he kill it? Let me think. Do I use skills here? Maybe I evade. Backup is a 6-turn cooldown. I think we evade. It's just really bad if I don't kill here. Just insta-death, forehead. Like, and I don't mean just, I mean, obviously I'll kill. I mean kill with DNP, because I want to hit the other guy with the normal attack. Fuck! That was so close. He was so close. It's fine, we'll just NP again. Excuse me, we have a little bit of NP gain there. What's funny is we might seriously loop again. We'll see, because we're going to get that command code boost on the overkill, which is really good. So we're actually going to get a pretty surprising amount of NP off that 3rd art card. Yeah, it's pretty good. Damn, didn't loop though. So close. Hi, Robin. I would have really liked to have been able to have NP'd you right away. That would have been a big help. Don't you? Yeah, there. Okay. %50 chance to crit. Dude, if we could have looped there, oh my god, that'd have been so good. For bullying Robin feels bad. If I buff, I can definitely kill him right now. If I don't kill him right now, it's going to be all kinds of a problem. Let's see, he's probably going to do about 40 to 45k. It's going to vary on low, high roll and alignment. I don't, not alignment, what is it called? Attribute, right? That could twink it a bit. Yeah, I think we buff. That might not be enough. Damn. Damn it, that wasn't worth using the attack up then. I probably could have. Oh, god damn it, Robin, you're one of those! Do I have to use Pearson Vulnerability to just not waste a turn? The crit only lasts 1 turn though. Ugh. This is bad. Why do you have to be like this, Robin? Bonk. Might want to go Atlas, actually. Using my skills early is looking pretty nice, and then I can get rid of the poison and stuff. Because over the few turns, that poison is actually doing quite a bit. I like her trying to hide that she's a beast. Man, if we gotta break the first health bar, this is gonna be rough, and I think you do. I think Atlas is going to be better. They're both beasts. Kiara basically inherits it and becomes a beast. It's not like, you know, neither of them are like beasts 24/7. Doesn't work that way. Beasts are pretty much like Grands, from what I can tell. Different things can meet the criteria to be the beast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. But only one at a time, basically. Impede intensifies. Well, I think we'll win with Atlas. I think we're gonna be a bit short here. Also, I really wish we had crit down because, you know, that. I should have swapped those around. Why am I I mean, if this crits, it was right. Wow, okay, never mind. That was the right decision. Excuse me, I'm just save scumming. Very close. We seem to have a little bit more health, so I can save my evade, basically. What would really help is the command code for the crit down. That would be really nice. Alright, not bad. We're gonna have to clean that up a little bit, though, and maybe get better luck at the start, not really put us behind. And, you know, not leaving Robin at, 2k health would help. I still do not understand why she has ascension materials in the needle. It doesn't. I don't even get it as a joke, right? It's just so fucking random. All right. One day that UHC is gonna grow up. Uh-oh. Alright. So who here is actually rolling for Limbo? I feel like it's not going to be that many people. I know a few people that want him. I think I know 3 people that want him. I mean, maybe. That's a lot of notes. Okay, that's a start that I can get behind. I'd be sad if they're going to be limited yet or not. I'm hoping they're unlimited, but like if Limbo was a waifu, I'd be like, yeah, this is going to be limited. But because yeah, there we go. That's about right. You know what? I think George can kill this though. Who cares? Fuck it. George got this shit. Look, George even got overkill for some of that Star Gen. How about that? Do I just NP now? Yep. Unless I think I can kill it. No, I don't think I can kill either of them. We should be able to. Well, actually, that might not be fine. I'm not sure we're gonna kill the other one in one go. Thankfully, I have access to my whole deck though, so I can do something optimal. I think if we get one crit, we're good. Maybe two. No, we needed two. Damn it. Ah, it's so close. Let's see, buffed once. We didn't take that much damage. Let me think here. Do that. That's a really cool animation right there. Look, you can tell dude's level 10. That's nice. Okay. We do this. If I do my first skill, we might just straight kill him. I'm doing it. We're hurting our NP gain here, but if we can just kill him... Wait, that's bad though. No. No. If I kill him, that means I wasted my evade. Oh, I'm learning. Yep, wasted my evade. Good job, idiot. Cause see, now I could just use my evade right here. We're still ahead of where we were last time, but not by that much, right? I could be way ahead of where I was last time if I'd not used my evade there. Command code to remove crit damage up, or crit chance up, and then apply crit down would be very helpful here. That's how she kills you with crits. Speaking of. Damn it, didn't get my MP either. Yeah, I think we need better command codes. These are decent command codes, but we need like some that are aimed at the stage. Also, we're whipping a lot of NP gain here because yeah, we're gonna lose. There's no way. You've got to be able to like get your NP efficiently, and then have all those attacks she does go into your next NP, basically. Because her hit count's pretty high. Although you might have to just live until she NPs, but we'll see. I think you need a break. Fuck. God damn it. That sucks because we have our evade. God, that sucks. We also might want that anti-stun command code. That would be good too. I could save Atlas, but you're gonna take quite a bit of damage from Robin that way. Discard forehead. Why does the support system in this game have to be so bad? Alright, just for variety's sake, let's try Cleo. I think she'll have a terrible time because she is AoE, but Geometry has kind of a better toolkit for this fight. If you're able to... Oh god, she's gonna get wrecked though. She's gonna have such a hard time with Robin. Robin will take her forever. But like, if she could get to BB smoothly, you could buff block her, right? And that'd be really helpful. Yeah, Robin's gonna kick her ass, I think. Hopefully we get like good buster crits on Robin. That's the drain. Good start though. God, that animation is so funny. Hey, they actually killed George. What's that? The splat damage command code is actually nice because it's letting us do 1,000 damage regardless, even for being kind of class, so helps quite a bit. Damn it. Oh, that would have been so good if we had killed there. I could NP, and if she leaves that one alive, it's actually okay. Like, if I NP and then do, like, quick art, that's not so bad. I mean, you either have, here's the problem with BB. Now, there are some stages BB is good for, but they're pretty few and far between. Like, because a big part of her problem is her class, right? So if she's not even, if you are fighting an Avenger, she's not that good of a DPS to take an Avenger out for you. She's more of a support, right? And you don't fight Avengers very often, so she's normally just neutral against everything. And then it's not like her support is on par with like Castoria, Merlin, Waver, you know, that kind of stuff anyway. And then she's never counterclassing, so it's just kind of awkward. And her damage is kind of pathetic. She has okay utility though. The stun's nice, debuff flare is nice, and stuff like that. So there's plenty of good things going for her. But she's just kind of meh, right? She's pretty good. She's certainly not a bad unit. And every once in a while, a stage comes along that she's extremely good for. But more times than not, there's almost always better picks than her. And if you're fighting an Avenger, there's honestly Berserkers and a lot of things that neutral will do a better job of killing the Avenger. Now, when she's good is when you want her as a support, and the enemy happens to be an Avenger, because then she's really tanky against them. And although she's not an amazing damage dealer, even against an Avenger, she's still solid, right? So if you are fighting an Avenger and use her as a support, it's quite good. 80%. Feels good. Okay, I don't think we NP. If we NP though, we could kill him. But I want to NP BB right away. Just crit. If we just crit, we're actually looking pretty good here. We did not crit a single time. Robin, I should have NP'd you. I should have fucking NP'd you because then I would have buff blocked. God damn it. Now I'm wasting my the Imperial privilege. It's all going into the void right now. I'm wasting so many of my resources on Robin. That's why he exists, by the way. Casual tree. I definitely should have NP'd though. That was not the right tactical decision there. I need crits. That's not a crit. That's not a crit either! Oh, God! I needed 2 crits there! Robin, please! I need triple attacks! You're killing the game. If I'm going to use Atlas next turn, I should use the Buff the Fist chance, but because the screen is going to switch, it's always going to matter. Yeah, I know, Fury, it's kind of weird. I think it was the Case Files event. There's a few command codes that are not all that useful, let's put it that way. Alright, well we got our buff block, which is nice. I'm not really sure if it's just invisible in this stage or if she's just flying. I mean, Service can fly, generally speaking, so float. I'm not sure the snake actually has the ability to go invisible. I know. I almost said Nobu? No, fucking Arjuna. It's not I Love Nobu. And that's Rex. Excuse me. 80%. Just land forehead. Nope! Well, at least we got the attack up. I would have really liked that defense up to help with the crits. I will say though, Cleo's doing quite well. Like she's good or something. I'm really curious, if someone goes ham on Cleopatra and tries to make her like the best solo unit ever and gives her the best command codes and all that kind of stuff, I think she could get some pretty insane value. God, I wish we had our defense up there. Yeah, I think we're dead. If we had our defense up, we would not be. We can double heal, boost, heal though, so we're not completely out of it. She also guarded the buff block, did she? That would explain why she has her crit buffs right now. She doesn't even have that much magic resist. Not getting good luck on this one. I think Cleo can do this though. Just need to adjust a few things and then get not horrible luck. That's so dumb. I think she can do this. Yeah, I know the widescreen was such a failure. And see, I would just zoom it in so you can't see the blue bars, but now that they force you to have like the extra filler on the sides, then it, you know, it's like you either have to pick between black bars or blue bars, right? It's really dumb. Atlas actually wasn't that good, but in case she stuns, I should still bring it. I was thinking about just going default. Why do the opening mobs have to be casters? I mean, that's the whole reason we're trying with an assassin, though. Not a good start. No, it's not bringing full screen NPs. It's bringing 2 full screen NPs. only doing it for new units. And the thing is, the worst part of the update is not the random blue bars. That's obviously not great, and it obviously makes it look very unprofessional and everything, but it's just the way they went about doing widescreen. It's not actually widescreen, it's just filling your screen with filler until it's full, because it can't actually detect what size of a screen it's on, right? How do I get... If I can get it low enough that it'll die to the MP, that's probably good enough. It'd be nice to be able to start with my MP on Robin though, but... Buff success chance would be good, but no, let's go for MP gain. Hopefully that 1k flat damage will be enough. That is exactly what I see as well, Red. I thought of that like immediately when I did this event, you know, like 3 years ago. On. Whew. I wonder if I just invulnerability now, then it'll probably come back by the time I need it. So, yes? Dude, if I had my MP right now, we could bust your chain with crits. Bonk him. I really should have used my second skill there because I could NP and put buff block on him, so if he tries to evade it won't work. Where now I'm going to get him low enough that he's going to do it. That was a huge mistake. Shit. Yeah, the only way I could prevent that is if I killed him right here. Which if I crit with my first skill up, I could do, but I'd have to think crit twice at least, maybe even 3 times, and that's not particularly likely. Yep, I definitely should have done my second skill, because buff blocking him here would just be amazing. Well, I think what we have to do is just let him evade and heal back. That sucks, we're gonna lose a lot of value to that. But we still have our command code heal, so that's something. Yeah, if I use my first skill and I did a combo focused on damage and we actually crit a bunch, we might be killing them. Oh my god, we're actually critting. Oh my god, if I used my first skill, we would have killed him. Although that would have changed the RNG, then you know you might not actually crit anymore, but woo! Robin with the fucking crit buster, okay. Not like this. Can we not, like, lose all of our value before we actually get to BB, please? Robin, please do, like, quick. Do quick and then quick charge, right? Because then you're out of action. Okay, good start. That was art. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay. This should kill, and we'll make as many stars as possible. So. The only way it doesn't kill is if we like don't crit with anything. Okay, we're good. And even then, we might have killed. Evade again. God, the old AI could actually do that because it didn't. The old AI wouldn't like cast evade at set times, and they could just keep casting it if you get unlucky. Maybe I should have waited, I think, to do that. Hard to say. It is nice if I can cast Imperial Privilege next turn. And then we need the defense up to land. I mean, preferably everything to land, and it's gonna have an 80% chance because I'm doing buff success chance up. Also, please land the buff block. That's like your whole thing. Good. She just double cast it, so she got it anyway. Oh my god. Okay. We have an 80% chance to land our buffs. That's great. Okay. I didn't need a 3-turn 40% attack up. Who needs that? I got invulnerability over the next 2 turns. I should have enough health to not die here. We do have the defense up in the heal. Oh, that is unfortunate though that we lost out on that much damage. Damn, she's gonna prevent the buff block. It's still worth doing though, just for the damage. Oh, Cleopatra. It's like it smacked her across the face once with its tail. God damn it. See. I want the heal boost. Well, no, I want it next turn. Yeah, I want it. Okay. I don't need to cast it here. Need to do, damage and NP gain. I want to get my NP next turn. Please don't cast your bloody debuff immunity this turn. I mean, she probably can give herself the riding skill from Imperial Privilege, but that doesn't mean she has it all the time. And then, that's probably also why, they're happy to have Imperial Privilege heal you, right? That works out with the way those sync up. Maybe well... Dude, if we had landed that attack up, she'd be probably dead this turn. That's kinda sucks that we didn't land it, especially when it was an 80%, but Imperial Privilege, what are you gonna do? I didn't get my NP. Oh, that sucks. She doesn't have her crit buff anymore though, when she has buff block on her. I can heal myself. Well, we win if we don't die this turn. Thankfully we can heal twice actually, so... Yeah, we're actually looking pretty good here. And look, we have buff success chance again. And it didn't work on the other skill this time, but thankfully it doesn't matter. She never stunned. I was saving Atlas this whole time, and she never stunned. Dude, I so want to see a Cleopatra. It's like level 100, NP5, 10, 10, 10, 2K foe, command card boosts, command codes, right? I think she could really ramp out of control. Because although, you know, BB didn't, you know, have that much health, but we also fought fucking Casters and Robin and everything. So, and then Robin got his evade off, and it took us quite a bit of value to get through on that one. Before you have to break 2 health bars. No, I don't think they're expecting you to do that. Could be done though. Not with Cleopatra, but honestly, Imperial Privilege is one of the most overrated skills ever lore-wise. It's good, sure, but people ignore it can't give you like specialized skills. All of the skills that are good are specialized, right? Like it's not that good. It's nice. It gives you like good variety and options, and it can you know, you can pick skills for like what you're fighting to help you out and stuff. But nothing about Imperial Privilege is even remotely game breaking. And it's not. Let's say, for example, let's say you're Mata Hari, right? And you give Mata Hari Imperial Privilege, and she's fighting Gwen. There is no skill that you can give her from Imperial Privilege that's gonna help you in any way against someone that's gonna beat your ass anyway, right? Like, it's not gonna save you from shit. There's no generic skills you can pick that are gonna help. It makes servants that are already good better, right? That's more of what it does. But it really is not that big of a deal. Like, there's like, what's it? Good things are like the personal skills that you can't copy, because like those are the ones that give you these crazy, you know, batshit effects and stuff. But my point is, obviously Mata Hari is an extreme case, but my point is, if you're being totally outclassed, it's not going to change that, right? If somebody's outclassing you, there's nothing Imperial Privilege is going to give you that's going to make you not outclassed anymore, right? Like, like, guys, I got the writing skill, and, you know, now I can run away faster, right? Like, whoop-de-doo. Now, there are certain versions of Imperial Privilege that are good because they have specialized effects that they like. It's just like Ku's Disengage does more than what the generic Disengage skill does because of his own legend and stuff, right? So it's got like, you know, specific things that it does that other Disengages don't do, right? And like Romulus's Imperial Privilege, you know, does some extra things that it normally doesn't do, like he can seal his divinity, and that's very good because, you know, some enemies it's really good to not have divinity against, right? And then some enemies it's good to have divinity against. So like, you know, his gets a little bit of extra, you know, mileage. But even then, if Romulus is getting, you know, completely outmatched, there's nothing he can do with his Imperial Privilege to change that. Like, literally, I don't think people know what Imperial Privilege does. I literally don't think people know what it does, because they just like vaguely hear what it does in the anime and they don't actually look up what it actually does. And yeah, speaking an Imperial Privilege in terms of gameplay, what Fury just said, if you've got a character that's got it, give them the command code for buff success chance, and it's still, you know, a bit messed up, but you'll normally at least land one of its effects, right? You'll normally, in you know, a decent amount of times, you'll land both of the effects, right? But it'll avoid the miss heal that you see all too often. Oh, he's off. But literally, go look up Imperial Privilege in character material, and you'll realize it's like, you know, it's not awful. It's certainly useful, but there's nothing about it allows you to like just put, you know, do what anyone else can do. That's not even remotely how that works. I have no idea what this stage is. I think this is Gilius. I think. do we want to use? Nero cannot gain Wayne Sun skills. That's not how that works. And same for Scath. Scath has got something very similar to Imperial Privilege, and it's the same thing. It can't take personal skills and stuff, so you can't get like protection from arrows and shit like that from it. Hers is actually better, though. The way hers works is better. Other than maybe Romulus's. I will say Romulus's Imperial Privilege is really good. Because it has everything the best Imperial Privilege can possibly do, because his is EX. And it does not have any of the drawbacks that Nero has, like with the migraines and everything. And it has the unique bonus for him that he can seal his divinity with it. So his is like widespread enough. It's still not the reasons Romulus is a really strong servant is not Imperial Privilege, right? Like, not by any means. It's a nice bonus that can, let you tailor your kit to what the circumstances you're in. But what makes him good is he's got high stats. He's very tanky. He has a Noble Phantasm as strong as Excalibur. He has another Noble Phantasm that can just gank the hell out of people and can also summon castle walls to defend him against other enemies, NPs and stuff. So he's got very good offense options, got very good defense options, and he's very tanky. That's why Romulus is good. It's just a nice bonus that he has Imperial Privilege. It's like, oh no, Aya's coming at me. Let me use Imperial Privilege and still die, right? There's literally no skill you can take from it that's gonna, fix a situation where you're completely outmatched anyway. Like, everyone that thinks it's OP has just never read what it actually does. Alright, this will be interesting. Fuck, I thought I had him 10-10-10 on this account. I need to fix that. This is blasphemy. Maybe someday we'll get Romulus in a major story. That'd be cool. I like how both Georges guarded that. I should not have brought George because these are casters. Oops. Well, if they attack again, I'm gonna try to not kill one of them because I want them to have more actions. Kill George. I'm gonna not taunt because this guy's only gonna have like one action. It's not worth it. Watch him hit Vlad though. Like, I prefer him to buff or hit George. There were so many like. So he has one action per turn, right? He has one action per turn. It could be an attack or it could be a buff, right? So you've already got some variance on Vlad getting hit or not. So, but he decided not to buff and decided to attack, so we lost, right? But then he can attack George or Vlad, and he attacked Vlad, so we lost again. That's great. Yeah, Tristan's back there, just like, get that one. And no one gets a Buster card. We can use heal though. We'll be fine. Okay, now I want him to attack and not buff. Because I want him to kill George. These trash mobs are actually here to help you though. Like, they're casters, so you get more NP gain off of them, and their stats are so low, they're wanting you to like build up your NP for the boss wave. Now that being said though, there are some specific matchups where I think Imperial Privilege would be very useful and stuff. Like there's some generic skills that can, you know, give you better luck and things like that. So if you're fighting, you know, things where you're gonna need like certain checks and stuff, you could pick things that'll help you out in those situations. I think there's a generic skill that gives you luck. There actually might not be. Anyway, there are other, you know, things that are gonna like circumstantial, like, oh hey, I'm like, you know, I need magic resist because this person has charm, right? That's certainly good to have. Like those are very nice options. By the way, Geronimo's voice actor. And Merlin has a staff too. I'm sure there's plenty others that we're just not thinking of. Yeah, Merlin's got his, you know, giant wonky staff. He shoots a blue laser beam out of his reasons. We did pretty good damage there. I think it's because Gilius is evil, so we got our bonus damage there. Feels good. Makes up for not having an upgraded indicator. Oh yeah, Ku's got his staff. Liz has a pitchfork, I think. I guess Plot Monk has his staff, Nitocris has his staff, Castergirl has got an axe, if that kinda counts. Damn, we didn't kill there. I can't think of too many beyond that, though. Oh, Thick Caster, I guess? I think Rick said that. Oh, Miyu, Caster, Toria. Scatty's got a wand, so close enough. Asclepius has got a snake. Oh, there's multiple of these guys left. Oh yeah, I guess Ilya does too. If Miyu's got one, that's true. NP seal on the turn we would like to do that. If only I had my Protection of Faith up. Would have killed two of them here. This has actually been hard at neutral. These archers would have been slow enough to kill. I would like to remind everyone that Arash has Clairvoyance. And yet, he's still got ganked by Lancelot. Figure that one out. Doesn't he? I think he has really high Clairvoyance too. Let me look. Maybe it's like B or something. It's A. He has Clairvoyance A, and he got ganked by Lancelot. Way to go, champ. This might have special characteristics, so let me look his character material up. Sometimes you have a high rank of something, but then just due to specific stuff, it's not as good as normal. Surely Arash has a character material book. Because Prototype Fragment's got a character material book, so he must have one. Yeah, see, like, if you the skills you can copy from Imperial Privilege from Arash is his magic resistance and his independent action. Whoop-de-doo, right? You can't copy Robust Health or Clairvoyance. So it's like, you know, like, independent action's nice, but there's no fight in, like, that you would have lost that getting independent action is only gonna make you win, right? That's silly. So, it doesn't say much about Arash. It says, for Arash, she has A rank or higher in this skill. I don't know why it says or higher. What the fuck? What is this from? This is from... yeah, this is from character material book. Okay, what the fuck? Anyway, so it says A rank or higher in this skill. I'm so why does it say that? Anyway, one type of future sight, predicting the future, even mind reading is possible. Even mind reading is possible, okay. So yeah, I don't know how he got ganked by Lancelot. I guess he just wasn't using the skill, or he's preoccupied. I'm assuming he was preoccupied. Jesus Christ, though, Rush is one of the highest ranks in clairvoyance that they actually have. The only ones that are higher is like Gilgamesh, Guadia, Solomon, Merlin, those kind of people. I don't think anyone else has higher. Yeah, but stealth doesn't work on clairvoyance. That's the thing. Because if at any point you reveal yourself, that happens in the future, and then they know you're there. So it's like you can have EX rank stealth like the guy from Fate Strange Fake, literally perfect stealth. But if you ever reveal yourself, they're going to see that in clairvoyance and then know that you're there, and then it's it kind of defeats the purpose. So my guess is he's just not using the skill during that, or he's like I can't remember what I know you're fighting in that part, and I'm assuming he's just busy and not like thinking to even use it. That's crazy. I knew he had a high rank of clairvoyance. I didn't realize it was that high. Like, Arjuna's only got C+, by the way. Though, because it's C+, it must have a unique characteristic. Let me look. Let me find Arjuna. Hold on. Oops. Huh. So, Arjuna has the possibility of seeing invisible targets by concentrating during the moment he shoots the bow. He manipulates his own sense of time. That's pretty vague. That's from Fake Character Material Book 3. That's funny, that's before FGO. No, that's from FGO Character Material Book 3, okay. So I knew that he had, like, thought up of Arjuna before FGO, but they didn't design him until FGO. Anyway, so yeah, when he's shooting his bow, if he concentrates real good, he can see invisible targets. I don't know if there's any more to it than that, because it's still clairvoyance. So I don't know if he has any degree of future stuff. It's pretty vague. Interesting. Did Fury just shoot the wrong person? I wasn't looking at chat. I just saw Fury saying I timed out the wrong person. So professional mod, very good at this. I unshot them. Well, good stuff. All right, let's see. Look, wait for chat for, 5 seconds, man. Just an archer. Let's go neutral then. Let's try Lee again. I feel like we didn't really get to use him as we would have wished. Assuming I can summon him. So, what's funny about Arjuna's clairvoyance, though, I feel like unless he was, like, if he was fighting an assassin and the assassin slipped away into the shadows and, got their presence concealment going, then he could, find them again. But if he was just, it's not like he would... He'd have to be fighting somebody else, right? If, like, the assassin is starting out invisible, and Arjuna is fighting Karna, right? And he's concentrating real good, right? And he just happens to see that there's an assassin there. He's like, oh shit, right? But like, that doesn't seem very useful. Like, if you're just hanging out, like, with your master or whatever, and you're not in combat, you're not gonna really see it coming because he's not gonna be concentrating with his bow otherwise. So it's kind of random. Some guy was being a dick in Spanish. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, I don't know why people do that. They go into people's streams and start speaking in different languages for some reason. It's odd. Well, we don't seem to be able to get Old Man Lee. Alright, well, what else do you want to see, chat? I'll give it like one more shot here, but what do you want to see? Hell, we can do a vote thing. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Hold on, we'll do Lee again, because, yeah, we got a chance. I just want to see Lee. I got him to pop up again. We'll do default this time. I'm gonna snipe this bitch from the sky. Wait, there's an assassin. Yeah, pretty much that. That's pretty much what would happen. That's something that I just don't think they would ever use in a story. The fact that he has that ability is cool, but I doubt they would ever use that in a story. There doesn't, like, the plot wouldn't flow very well with that, I feel, so they just would kind of ignore it. Dude, it's funny, there are not that many people that have clairvoyance. It's actually pretty rare. Now, there are some people that can acquire it that don't, like, have it as a skill. Like, Protoku has a way of obtaining it through his runs, but I don't think they even tell you what rank or anything like that. But it straight up says in his material that he has a run to give himself clairvoyance, which is implied to, they've never said that regular Ku can do that. So, presumably, Proto Ku's actually got better runs than regular Ku does, but it's hard to know. Because they said their bulk is exactly the same, but... Yeah, Fujino has like a type of... Hers is like a whole thing. She's got like Omega Mind's Eye, you know, see everything kind of deal. She's got a pretty unique, it's a version of clairvoyance, but it's like its own thing, right? Its own classification, I think. She's like, remember, what was that guy? It was Kill la Kill, right? The guy that goes blind and then he can literally see everything, right? It's like that kind of shit. It's like a trope. Oh, hey, Tristan. And then Gilgamesh has clairvoyance for 2 ways. And so this is something that's so confusing because the reason this exists in the Nasu-verse is because there's a lot of things that aren't fate related. Right? You get Tsukihime and, you know, Melty Blood and, you know, K&K, so on and so forth. There are certain people that are just clairvoyant. Right? It's not a skill or anything. There's just certain people that inherently are clairvoyant. And then you have servants and stuff that has it as like an ability and stuff. And Gilgamesh inherently, just as a person, has a form of clairvoyance, although it's rather limited. When he's sleeping, he can see like visions of the future and past and stuff. And like, that's how it is in Fate, as far as I'm aware from what they said in like CCC and everything. But then he has an item in Gate of Babylon, because of course he does, that allows him to have EX ranked clairvoyance, and it's got a bunch of special properties that clairvoyance doesn't normally have. It's literally the stupidest clairvoyance in all of Fate that we've seen. He can not only see the future like a motherfucker and all this other nonsense, he can peek into any timeline he wants. He can look into, you know, Fate Stay Night or Fate Strange Fake if he wants to from any other universe. And then he can acquire the memories of Gilgamesh from any other timeline if he wants to. Presumably, they never said this, but presumably, because in Fate Hollow, unlike all the other servants in Fate Hollow, he has all of his memories from Fate Stay Night, you know, the Fate route, Heaven's Feel, Unlimited Blade Works. Just from the get-go, he remembers all those routes from the get-go. Every other servant doesn't. And they never say why. They never explained why. He just does. But presumably it's because of that. He probably used that item and just took the memories from those timelines. But, yeah, it's the dumbest clairvoyance ever, because, you know, of course Gil has it. It's the only other EX ranked Noble Phantasm that he has that they've ever confirmed. Like, maybe he has other ones, but right now it's only that thing, and it's got some insane name that I cannot say, and you know, Aya, obviously. Okay, what are we doing here? He's gonna NP soon. He has sure hit. I should have brought. I've already lost. We have to bring. We have to bring Atlas because yeah, he's just gonna sure hit and kill us. We actually might need a gut CE too because I think he's gonna get NP twice. We'll see though. Like the thing is, it's fine to have a character as OP as Gil. The problem is the way they've used him. Right? If you're gonna have a character that overpowered, you need to use him a lot more sparingly, and maybe not always have them be a combatant. And then if you are going to have them be a combatant, don't always make them an antagonist, because if you make them an antagonist, you have to bullshit a reason for them to lose, right? So they've used him way too often, and then they've made him an antagonist basically all the time, and it's just resulted in a lot of really bad storytelling. Because I've seen anime that have, you know, in books and stuff that have incredibly overpowered characters, and they use them better. I'm getting really frustrated trying to get Old Man Lee. I need somebody else that has Lee. This is getting... He's so popular and people are always asking for him, but like no one in my chat actually has him, so I'm just always doing this for 3 hours. Oh my god, I hate the support system in this game. I don't think I know anyone that has him, Fury. Okay, well, Ripley, I'll do it one more time, but this is not happening. If Fate Strange Fate Gale uses his clairvoyance a bit. He apparently sees all the routes in Fate Stay Night. Oh hey, Arjuna's got him. He's only NP1 though. I don't think that would work here. We're really gonna be pushing it here. Now that NP1 would be enough if it wasn't Tristan, because the amount of health that the enemy has, you could do with NP1. The problem is Tristan has Sure Hit, and if he NPs twice, oh my god, he was there and I just reset. He's at the very bottom. Oh my fucking god. Oh, thank god we got him again. Anyway, because yeah, if he NPs a second time, we're dead. So we have to kill him before he NPs a second time. Oh no, you're good, Arjuna. Besides, actually, sometimes we're gonna want to test NP1, because it's like what most people have 5 stars at. I actually prefer Mothman's concept art over what we got big time. What I would say though is they should have done what they did with this. I don't know why they don't do this kind of thing more often. I guess it's because they don't want to put as much work in. I think that's why. They should have just done what they did with Romulus, right? Because Romulus has got the more down-to-earth designs and then the more extreme one, right? They should have just done that for Mothman, right? And he's a 5-star and everything, so he deserves it, right? So they could have just made one, Ascension that's pretty normal and kind of what you'd expect out of a grandiose Chinese emperor, right? And then you can have the more, space moth nonsense, right? I really wish they would use their Ascension stages better more often. The problem is they normally don't want to actually put the work in to make very different Ascension stages. That's true, Cairo does have that, but Cairo doesn't log into FGO very often, although he said he's going to play when 5.5 comes out. But yeah, I kind of forgot he has a really good lead. Rolling story can be a good idea. I just unironically rolled story and got a slippiest out of it, and it was totally worth it. But you have to be very tactical if you're going to do story roll, right? There have to be very specific reasons why you want to do it, and then you need to already have a lot of stuff, and you're not wanting any raid ups anytime soon, right? And I'm in that boat all the time, so for me it makes a lot of sense. And I do think a new account, it really makes sense to roll story a couple of times at the start of a new account, because you'll get some of the fundamental CEs. I say this a lot, but it's like, dude, most rated up CEs are garbage. And every banner, not every banner, but a lot of banners have rated up CEs, and they're normally trash. And you're way better off getting a shot, from just the generic pool. So you can get things like, K-Scope, the one that must not be named, Imaginary Element, 2030, these things. Where if you do a banner, you're probably gonna get the rated up CE, and it's probably not very good. It's not. My standard is not. It has to be as good as Poster Girl or the Yang CE. That's not my standard, right? That's not my standard at all. The reason most rated up CEs are bad is because they're not even close to that, right? They're not as good as Limit Over Zero. They're not as good as K-Scope. They're not as good as Black Grail. They're not as good as 2030. They're just not as good as basic AF CEs. Right, so they're literally pointless, and they're also not better than the let me emphasize this word, the free CEs you get from events, right? Like a lot of CEs from events are quite solid. You have a million CEs that give Buster Up, Quick Up 4 stars, or Art Up, Buster Up 4 stars, or Quick Up, Art Up 4 stars, right? And then you got so many things that give 50% starting NP, then Art Up, or 50 start NP, and crit and NP up, or 50% starting NP and Buster and NP up crap. There's so many CEs like that that they give out constantly from events that all these garbage rated up CEs are they're trash. Look at my newbie account, right? My newbie account has already got all these freebie CEs that are better than almost every rated up CE they've ever done, right? So I'm like, it's just pointless, right? There are a few key limited, rated up CEs that they've done that are very good. There are some. There's that one. I think it's got it's like Nino Chris and Ishtar on it or some shit. That one's really good. The Poster Girl's really good. The Yang CE is really good. There's there was that one Gouda one that was 50% starting NP and Quick Up and some other shit. Although that one's solid. I think it's 50% starting NP, Buster Up, and Quick Up. I think. That's pretty good, but right after they added it, then they added a free one that's like 50% starting NP, quick up, and NP gain up, right? So it's like, it's still not really that good. Oh yeah, you got 4 Hot Men. That one's really good because it's 60% starting NP, attack stat, and quick up. That one is quite good. But jeez, man, most of the rated up CEs are not good. Most of them aren't even, like 4 Hot Men is not as good as the Yang CE, but it's still good. It's still very good. But most rated up CEs are not half as good as 4 Hot Men, right? Not even close. Shit, what are we gonna do here? Alright, so we might as well do this because we're not gonna be able to evade the MP, so put normal card damage. Even though he doesn't have his evade, so I should save my Pierce and Vulnerability, I think I use it here because I have a 100% chance to crit. Like that's just too good to pass up. Alright, let's go damage. You burned it, you burned the Kanan CE. So you got, okay, I got the Kanan CE for my first ever 10 roll. The one that got the guaranteed 4-star out, and I burned it because I was a fucking dumbass. I'm curious, did you burn it because you didn't like Kaneth? Is that why? Or did you just think Invulnerability was bad? Like, well, I'm wondering what the reason was. Like, your newbie self had to have some kind of, you know, rhyme or reason to why you were burning things. You just think CEs weren't good? Was that maybe what it was? Because I'm really curious what would have led to that. God damn it. Thank you, Canis CE, which is a different one, by the way. It's not Canif, but thank you for the sub. Hold on, what was the reason for burning it? Is it because you didn't like Canif? You didn't like Canif? Is that the reason? Because I know some people really don't like him. Wow, we looped. Although, I guess of course we looped, we had double crit. I didn't think CEs were good, damn. You know what? You don't even get anything from burning 5-star CEs, do you? I think it's just magnetism. Did you re-obtain it though? Have you since then gotten it again? I would hope. My newbie mistake was fighting Carmelo over like just leveling her? I'm confused. But yeah, did you ever get to Knit CE again? 95%. How unfortunate. Okay, now, see, now he's got his evade and we're 1 turn off from having Pierce Vulnerability. That's a shame. 30% crit versus 20% more damage. 30% is not very likely, so let's go with 20% more damage. I have since gotten 1 more copy. Yes, that's good. I guarded it with my life. I also burned an MP4 caster guild because I wanted Archer guild. How does that even make sense? You don't get Archer guild for burning caster guild. This isn't Babylon. Feels bad, man. Oh boy, we're about to die. 1 turn and we get our evade. If we live this turn, I think we'll win. Rip caster guild, man. Yeah, anyone else got newbie mistakes you want to share? It's funny, somebody keeps getting timed out and their message is deleted, but I don't even know who it is and I don't know what they're saying. But that's probably for the best. No, Tristan, no, Tristan, put the gun down. Burned me to Columbus, feels bad. If I get Jolter if I burn Joan of Arc? Oh my, that's toxic. My biggest mistake was pretty recent. I'm too ashamed to say it. Oh, well, you gotta say it now. Did you get Archer Guild though? Yeah, imagine a streamer talking. Imagine that. What a concept. I burned Medusa Lily because I thought she was bad. Well, to be honest, she's not the best ever, but she's, you know, decent. I have MP3 Caster Guild now, though. Running it back feels good. So, I really want to talk about burning for a second, right? Because burning can be a very good thing to do, right? But I really stand by this. I cannot, unless you are, like, unless you truly only care about gameplay, you should not burn people off of gameplay alone. You should burn people because you don't particularly like them, and then maybe on top of that, you also don't really like their gameplay or need their gameplay either, right? That's a good reason to burn someone. Like, let's say, like, you don't like the Yuri pirates at all, right? Like the typical one, not like because their typical version isn't that good anyway. And if you don't like them, even if they got buffed or something, you wouldn't really care, right? That's a good time to burn something, right? Because if you're burning off gameplay alone, you're going to have plenty of instances where that unit just gets buffed down the line. And so it's like, if that's the only reason, that's not a particularly good reason. Now, by all means, if you don't like a character, go nuts. And, you know, your criteria is ultimately going to be up to you because, you know, different people want different things, you know, for why they're playing the game and everything. So it's not like there's like a universal standard that's going to work. But, I burned my Grailed Medusa because I was a dumbass and unlocked her and then burned her with a bunch of bronze cards. Oh my fucking god, that is the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is the saddest thing I have ever heard in my life. How did you accidentally unlock her? Also, doesn't the game give you a warning message when you go to burn servants and stuff? Dude, I feel so bad for you. I'm so sorry. I hope you have since re-obtained Medusa and re-grailed her. But yeah, you literally, those grails cannot be recovered. That sucks, man. Does anyone think they need it for those units you really care about? They need a double lock system. Like literally, you can have 2 locks. Or like if you set the second lock, it means the game will ask you like 4 times, are you sure you want to unlock this? Right? Like you have 2 locks you can click, like right next to each other, you have 2 locks you can click, and you click them both, that will make it so if you go to unlock them, the game will ask like, you know, 4 confirmation messages, right? And so if someone doesn't want that kind of spam, they can only lock it the 1 time. And then the things that are locked by default won't have that extra confirmation message, right? So that would actually be a nice system, I think, for ensuring that kind of thing doesn't happen. Because if you see 1 confirmation message, you might autopilot it, right, if you're unlocking a lot of stuff. Because a lot of times you obtain a lot of new servants, and you don't care about them, maybe you're unlocking a lot of them, right? And then you accidentally unlock one you didn't want to. When I first started, I burned a lot of 3-star dupes because I thought overcharge bonus was the upped NP damage, not NP levels. Feels bad. That's rough. Yeah, I know a lot of people that would just burn all the silvers they got anyway because they're like, oh, I don't need silvers, and then you don't actually get golds for every field if you're free to play, especially, and then you're like, oh shit. I messed up on Lee. I should have removed that defense up way sooner. I was autopilot leveling random stuff with the lottery, and I ended up railing the Yuri pirates by mistake. Oof. Do you like them at all? Like, is there any, you know, are they anywhere on? He removed George's taunt. Like if you at least like them, right? Like then it's not too bad, right? But if you're like, I really don't care about them at all, then that's unfortunate. Well, if I ever need a Grailed Yuri pirates, I know who to ask. Yeah, I've heard that a lot, where people burn their 1 to 3 star. Will you stop removing buffs as your first fucking action, champ? Okay, you know, we're just gonna. I'm not gonna bring a Lancer. We're not gonna do that, but we're gonna bring somebody that you know, can hopefully take care of this, but better. You know what? Actually, I'm actually gonna do something kind of stupid. I want to try an AoE servant, but they're a really, really good one. Because he's got invulnerability, right? So that makes it. I have no command codes on him. I gave him to somebody else. God damn it. Well, we'll see what happens anyway. Who needs command codes? But yeah, I think a lot of people think 1 to 3 stars are bad because a lot of, especially older gacha games, like in the era that FGO started in, they just universally made 1 to 3 stars terrible. And you still see that in games today, but I feel like games today, like gacha games anyway, or hero collection type games and stuff, I think they're starting to make their low stars better. It's getting more and more common. You got games like Arknights and stuff that do it as well. least it was the good one. The summer, yeah, the summer ones. Honestly, they're actually quite fun gameplay-wise. I don't like them very much, but in terms of gameplay, I think they're super interesting. But yeah, only MP1. That kind of feels bad. Who knows? Maybe you'll get spooked by them by some bullshit right up down the line. I didn't know what gold foes were when I started, and I have 120 King of Sauce now. Well, hope you like King of San. Does Ozzy need a buff? Not really. I mean, you could get away with buffing him and it wouldn't like run the game or anything, but to this day, he's an extremely good... Here, let me give you a good example. One of the most feared bosses in the game is Demeter, right? And Ozzy absolutely beats her ass, right? Like, if you have Ozzy, that fight is going to be significantly easier. Like, sure, you're still going to need to understand the boss to a degree. You need to learn, you know, its skill pattern and that kind of thing. But Ozzy can absolutely shred that boss, and that's literally one of the most feared bosses that there is right now. So, you know, it's kind of a testament to how good he is. I may regret catching my invulnerability when I did, but we'll see what happens. God, I wish I had command codes right now. They really add up when you're like doing this kind of loopy stuff. I mentioned this before, but I ended up looking at second MLB Golden Sumo by accidentally too, and the goal was in that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be calling that game 5. Oh god, that sucks. It'd be nice if they would bring that event back in a main mood, by the way, and a CE. I hope for some new feared bosses tonight. Me too, Lost. Please no spoilers though from when we're going through all that nonsense. Although I don't know, I can't decide if I'm gonna like. I think that we're gonna go back and forth. Sometimes my ult account's gonna be ahead of my main, and sometimes it won't. So I have no idea how this is all gonna play out. That works rather nicely. Imagine having like crit command codes and stuff. Dude, these newbie mistakes are pretty entertaining though. It's kind of interesting to see like where people were at and what, you know, what their thought process was and stuff. I missed a lot of them though, so if I miss any good ones, by all means, keep them. When I started, I rolled for Saber Banner and got Bedivere. That's good. And then I thought, well, I already have Saber, so I don't need him, and I burned him. Now my Bedivere is MP4. My question is, how much do you like Bedivere as a character now? Because that's what's really going to make that painful, is if you're like, oh man, Bedivere's awesome. Awesome, he's such a good budget unit! Seriously, even if you have 5 stars and stuff, Bedivere gets Zinp quick, he gets that super hard, you know, he gives your team a defense buff and everything. Like, he's a very nice budget unit. Let me think. I'm trying to think if I made any really stupid decisions in the early days. Off the top of my head, not really. The mistakes I made weren't really when I was a noob. I know that was the biggest mistake I've ever made, which I'll get to that in a second, but it was not really when I was a noob, it was when I was very tired and frustrated. Let me think. Because when I was a noob, I was pretty careful with stuff. And I looked things up, like when it comes to like what the menus were saying. Like I looked up translations for like the menus and stuff. I don't remember making any like really dumb mistakes, and a big part of why I didn't make mistakes is I was planning on using a lot of low stars if they were good or not. I didn't know like how good FGO. FGO was actually the first mobile game I'd ever played. I knew of mobile games, just like keeping track of the gaming industry and stuff like that, but I'd never played any. But I was gonna use, because I like Jekyll and Hyde and Darius and Q and everything anyway, so that kind of prevented me from doing anything stupid. From the get-go, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get every single 1 to 3 star to MP5 before I burn any copies of them. I was like, even like Uriel and Kiyohime, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get them to MP5 just in case. Even though I don't like them, I was like, yeah, I'll get them to MP5. I'll love them to like level 2. Like right off the bat, I did that kind of stuff. I like right off the bat, I was like, okay, if I level up a unit like 1 or 2 times, they'll be listed above the new filler crap that I get. So I make Kiyohime and Hector and everyone level 5 or level 2. you know, they'll be above anything that's newly acquired. And if I get all those things I leveled up to like level 2 or 5 or whatever, and I get them all to MP5, then any new stuff that I get that, you know, fills in below them, I can, you know, burn with no worry, right? I did that immediately, so I didn't make any like really stupid mistakes, and a lot of that is, though, it's kind of because I like the low rarity stuff. So the big fucking mistake I made is, this is actually, I think, stupider than a lot of stuff people are saying in chat. And by the way, I was not a newbie, and this is actually a hilarious tie-in. This is kind of what started me as an FGO. The first video, like real FGO video I ever made. Let me find it, because the reason this was created is directly tied to the story I'm about to tell here. This is really painful. See if I can find it. I gave the video a weird name. Let's see. Here we go. So this is the first real FGO video I ever posted, and I posted it just because I was farming this stage over and over and over and over and over and over again with this setup, and I will explain why I was doing that. So in this event, this was good at 2. You had 2 free CEs, right? You had the red point one and the blue point one, right? It's like Sun Princess and Wolves of, you know, whatever the fuck. And the Sun Princess one, this is a long time. This is before a lot of UI updates. And back then, if you tried to if you tried to fuse a CE to limit break it, if you tried to fuse a CE and that CE was being used on your support list, it wouldn't let you do it. And you couldn't force it. It would not let you do it. And you couldn't even go to a shortcut to why you couldn't burn it. And then if it was on a unit on a team, you couldn't burn it. And then because you have many teams, right? You have many pages of teams, and because it was an event and it was a farming event, all of my Sun Princess, Sun Castle, or whatever it's called, CEs were on a bunch of different teams and on my support list and stuff. So I was trying to limit break it, right? And I kept going into the UI and like trying to unlock the right ones and try to fuse them, and it wouldn't let me. So I kept going to my support list and unequipping it, go back, still couldn't do it, kept going back to my teams and unequip it, and then still wouldn't do it. I had to find a different team, and it took me so long, and I was getting so frustrated because, you know, you have to do so many clicks, because the UI was even worse back then. You had to do so many clicks to do this crap, and it was really late at night, and I was really pissed. And so when I finally went to burn it, I ended up burning the wrong CE. I burnt the other point one, right? So instead of fusing, you know, Sun Princess with other Sun Princesses, I fused like, you know, Wolves of Mibu or whatever with Sun Princesses or whatever, right? Because they were both event CEs, and I was just going back and forth between the menus rapidly, and I lost all of them. And so I had to farm and get, you know, like 4 drops again, or 5 drops, can't remember how many I needed. And so I was farming that stage just over and over, and I did it. I got it done. It took fucking forever, and thankfully that was back when I worked. This was when I was newer at working at that parking company. I can't remember how long I've been working for them, but I was just like, at that point, I was basically just watching a gate to make sure, you know, shit went right. And back then, I was at, it was the easiest job on the planet, right? It was the easiest job on the goddamn planet. And I remember being at work and farming that stage at work, because they didn't care. They didn't care if we read books, played games, like, they just didn't care. As long as we were doing our job, they didn't give a shit. And I remember I had so much free time back then that helped me farm it that much. And yeah, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a video of this because it's kind of funny that I'm killing Artoria with Mordred and Arthur. And you know, I've gotten this stage down really efficiently. And so I'm pretty sure it's funny. A staple of my video editing now is any wait time between actions I edit out, even if it's only at 2 seconds. If I wait 2 seconds to do something, I generally will edit it out just so that like the video is more snappy and, you know, kind of gets to the point. I'm pretty sure in this video, that first video I ever made, I don't think there's a single edit. Maybe there is, but I don't think so. And it was because I was playing the stage really quickly because I've done it so many godforsaken times. But yeah, that is the stupidest thing I have ever done. I have never made any mistake like that ever again. I was so pissed at myself when I did that, and it was so frustrating that I've been super careful when I, you know, limit break CEs in the future. So yeah, that was pretty stupid of me. And what's funny is I don't ever use that CE either. And I even thought back then, I'm probably not going to use this CE much. I was like, overall, there's just, you know, Golden Sumo's better, Drunken Jolter's better. I was like, I don't really see this getting used. And I like never used it ever outside of like the rerun of that event. I didn't know master skills existed till Babylon when I was farming, and misclicked the option and was like, oh, what's this? Wow, that's wild, dude. That had to have been a bitch for Gwen and stuff. I'm guessing you just like summoned something really strong for some of those bosses and stuff. Jesus. Oh my god, that's funny. Alright. We're actually getting kind of beat up here. This is rough. AoE damage kept catching up with us. And also, you know, not having a godforsaken command codes equipped. Yeah, I don't know how many apples I used. I want to say, I'm not sure. I think a few things in my favor had happened. Like, I had, before this happened, I had, like, leveled up and gone, this was something I used to do a lot back in the day when you used to actually level every once in a while. Like, not when you level frequently, but like when you would level, like, maybe once a week or something, or maybe, you know. What I would do is I'd get my AP down really low, and then so outside I had 40 AP left. I would use that 40 AP, and I knew that stage was going to level me up. I'd get down to the final enemy, and I would not let the stage complete. And then I'd go off and, you know, do my, you know, go to work or do stuff at home or whatever, right? And then by the time I play Def Go again, my AP is completely refilled. And then I would finish the stage in like in one action and then look at the level up bonus, and then I get, you know, 2 full AP bars, and I'd farm a whole bunch, right? And things like, and then I think I did that, and then, you know, then I started using apples and shit like that. So I remember I didn't have to use, you know, I used a lot of apples. I remember back then, I absolutely used a lot of apples, but it wasn't like as bad as it could have been. Also 94% NP, and then he's about to hit me with like a huge hit count. And I think we lose our quick buff. This is not going well right now. I used SQ to revive because I was stubborn and didn't counterclass some stages for the, you know, not counterclassing sometimes is a fun thing to do. Like your favorite character is, you know, Ortoria, and you're like, I really want Ortoria to beat up Mordred or something, right? Like that makes sense. But then you need to just make sure you're making a good team, you're playing well, and that kind of thing. And when you're new to the game, you're probably not doing so good there. Okay, at least we've got one turn left to quick up. I've used all my CEs because in some time of the MAC limit. What? I'm missing a key element here. I didn't level up servants back then when I finished my first events with level 1 servants. Jesus. Like, why are my characters leveling up? See, I remember, like, in Fuyuki. I remember being in Fuyuki, and I was like, okay, using servants is not leveling up. This bond thing doesn't seem to, it's not leveling. And then I kind of looked around a bit, and I think I might even asked a friend or something. I can't remember, but then I figured out pretty early how to level. Man, that was so long ago. And because, you know, I was playing, you know, the Japanese version, obviously, so you don't get can't read and stuff. I used 4 stars to level my Vlad Berserker. Oh god. I was feigning Santa Altar because she was my first welfare, and I thought she was really good. You know, she's a decent AoE unit, I suppose, but yeah, she's nothing spectacular. Man, some of these are rough. Give me a second, I need to get water. Yeah, she does have that bonus AoE multiplier, and she's MP5 for free, so... I remember when NA was new, and I obviously started playing the game for a long time, but when NA was new, that everyone was like, Cassius is pretty good. I don't know why everyone's saying, you know, from JP that she's not that good. And the reason they were saying that is because she was so easy to max ascend. And a lot of the other characters weren't max ascended yet, because that was so early into the game. And she seemed powerful just because she was just a freebie, you know, at max level. And at how much easier the game was back then, anyone with max stats is going to do pretty well. Remember, I think we broke this health bar. I remember one of our accounts, you're not supposed to, but I remember we broke this health bar. Maybe we do that. I wonder if this account could handle that. I'm not sure. This account's options aren't the best. But, hey, I'll be right back, though. Gotta get that water. Alright, I'm back. I'm actually pretty proud of how I played the game at the start, because I got into the game because I'd heard about the harder bosses in Camelot, so I was trying to, you know, pay attention, understand the game through the easier stuff. And while I was in the much easier content, you know, from Fuyuki to America, I was like, well, why the game is easier, I'm going to use this time to, like, you know, one, check out the servants I like, you know, I'd summon supports and see what their animations were, and blah, 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 blah. God, day one animations, by the way. Anyway, so I would do that kind of thing, but I remember I didn't want to look a lot of stuff up when it comes to gameplay, because I enjoy figuring things out. Like, I enjoy understanding things, and also, there was, like, no information back then. God, and there was so much misinformation back then. Like, holy crap, I remember it was, if you even wanted to get good info, you know, it wasn't really going to happen. Like, I remember, like, I was having a hard time figuring out extra attacks, some of the details of extra attack, and I actually did try to look up how extra attacks work, and you would get so much conflicting information. I mean, you could not find people that would agree on, like, if it got the first card bonus or not, and, like, all kinds of others. So many things. And I actually remember just thinking, like, okay, screw this, I'm gonna go test it myself really thoroughly and figure it out. But most things I wanted to figure out for myself, because I just enjoy games more that way. And so, you know, I figured out things like, you know, NP's not, like, early on I thought, oh, NP's must get the placement bonus, because the UI indicates that, by the way, right? It's actually really reasonable, to assume that NPs will do more damage in the third place or being part of a buster chain and stuff, because the UI indicates that they do, but they don't. And then because of the low high roll system, it's kind of hard to notice for a while, but eventually I did realize, like, okay, this clearly is, I was like, you know, this can give the first card bonus, but it cannot receive it. And I just, over time, and it took a while, you know, but over time I figured out a lot of, like, the nonsense on my own, and I really enjoyed that. So by the time I got to Camelot, I was by no means an expert. When I really started getting better at the game is when I did Gwaine on my ult account. Because my ult account, which is the one we're playing right now, it did not have very much stuff, because I had made the account just to get Gilgamesh. Really, that's really the only reason I made it. So it had very few things leveled up, and it did not have, it only had, like, Gilgamesh and Gwaine in terms of golds. I had not done no events, I had not rolled for anything other than them, and any, like, other golds I'd gotten spooked by I didn't really care about, so all it really had was Gilgamesh and Gwaine. And when I got to Gwaine, like the boss in Camelot, I remembered, you know, I had done it that long ago in my main. I mean, it's been a while, but I remember really liking the boss, and it was like a big part of why I got into the game, and I really liked the boss with Gwaine. And so I was like, I don't want to cheese this. I was like, you know, I want to make this a, you know, fun experience, and I actually want to figure out better than I did, you know, on my main. And so I was like, I don't want to use Gil. I'm like, you know, Gil's awesome, and he's like the reason I made this account. But I'm like, Gil's gonna make this way too easy. Like, you know, my Gil was MP4 and level 100 and all that. So I was like, I don't want to, like, just blow him out of the water. So I want to just use the low stars. I leveled a few low stars on that account, because again, it doesn't even have other stuff. But I didn't really have enough stuff leveled to actually beat Gwaine without using my Gil. So I went off and leveled some other things. I remember testing a few things. Hey King, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. I appreciate that. But I remember one of the things I tried was Blackbeard, so I wanted to see if Blackbeard's heal and buffs for Robin would be, like, good enough. But I was like, death cycling. So I kind of figured out that death manipulation was really good with George and stuff. So I remember leveling up a few units, and I'd keep leveling 1 to 3 stars to see if I could get units that would let me beat Gwaine. And then I think I have this as a video. It's another one of my really old ones. Let me look. But I got to the point, I was like, you know what, I don't just want to beat Gwaine like this, I want to beat Gwaine with only 1 to 3 stars, like, I'm not going to use anything rarer than that, and then I just want to keep, you know, fiddling with this, you know, trial and erroring until I beat it, and then I did, and it was rather hard, and, you know, but it made me get a lot better at the game, and that's got me really hooked on doing low star stuff, and that was very early into my account's life. I think it's this one. I have so many Gwaine videos now, I'm not 100% sure if it's this one. And also, I remember, because everyone knew Uriel was really good for beating Gwaine. And, you know, you could be a pretty big dumbass and win with Uriel, and I did not want to do that, because I didn't like Uriel, and I didn't want to, like, have a free win like that. So I remember I went out of my way to not use her as well. I think, is this it? Yeah, I think this, yeah, it's when I used Blood Axe. I remember I used Blood Axe at the end there, because there are other things that I could have used instead of Blood Axe that would have been better, but that account didn't have them leveled. So yeah, there we go. That's right there. Like, and after that, I so enjoyed like those boss fight experiences that I kept trying to make sure, you know, I didn't trivialize boss fights, and I found, you know, fun ways to like figure them out and everything. And that's how I played a lot of video games. Like for my whole life when I was a young kid and stuff, I often would try not to trivialize, you know, bosses in video games and stuff. Because I remember like playing Ninja Gaiden, and you could choose a lot of bosses in Ninja Gaiden, and then they made Ninja Gaiden Black, and it was a lot harder to choose the bosses. And I found the game so much more fun that way that I was like, yeah, I'm gonna, you know, try not to choose bosses in most games. I kind of always had that mindset. Let's see what kind of damage we get here. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna bother breaking her health bar, because you can. We've done it before, but I'm not gonna really bother here. We'll just go until the fight ends. I think it's like 4 or 5 turns or something. I can tell, yeah, this is his music clearly. What about you, Rex? Did you have any dumbass moments when you were new to the game? My first roll today, I got you twice. I was happy, feel good. Not really. Rex the Vet did not loop. Pretty close though. No need for our heal this turn, so I guess we do. That sucks though, because it's got a 90% crit. I mean, we'll probably win before this stage is over, or before we would need the heal, so I guess we use it. Do that. Should have done his crit skill. Why did I not get my crit skill? The Wheel and Tail is really cool. I just wish he would buff him a little bit. He's not even bad, it's just he is one of the most... Like, it's easy to make archers that are not as good as Robin, but then are still really, like, usable. Because you can make them different archetypes, and they work with different supports. So if you're trying to make, you know, certain styles of team and stuff, that you're still going to get uses out of them. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't use this last time. It's freaking way better. Hoping to get lucky here, but anyway, the problem with William Tell is not only is he a 3-star, but he is so similar to Robin, right? They're both art single target. They both make crit stars, like with a crit bomb skill, so they both like doing art crit stuff. They're just so similar, right? But then William Tell does so much less damage unless the enemy has evade. It's just not nearly as good as what Robin does, right? So it's like, and they both have sure hit, right? Robin has sure hit too. They're just such similar units, and then Robin is just better, right? Which is, it's kind of frustrating. So I hope they buff him a bit, and however they buff him, they need to make him more different from Robin. Don't like give him an evade, right? Robin has an evade, and kind of, you know, Robin's like this nice standard, you know, does decent damage, has decent survivability, just your nice rounded boss killer, right? Doesn't care if the enemy's female, male, genderless, doesn't matter. He's just your all-around boss killer, especially with the command codes we've added. Give William Tell like more utility, right? Because William Tell's got that skill seal, so give him more stuff like that. And maybe upgrade his NP for God's sake, so his damage is more comparable to Robin's. I think we might get wanted quest soon. See, I wouldn't want to give him more things that have to interact with evade. That's niche enough that anything else they add to him needs to be standard value, in my opinion. Like, just give him an attack down on his NP, for example, would be better, I think, than making it only apply on evade. Like, upgrade his NP so it does more damage, and then have it just apply attack down. You know, something like that. That's just an example, obviously. Yeah, you could go even more ham with the normal card stuff, right? Have them be very normal card and crit based. All right, this is Siegfried, I think. So we're actually going to beat these because we want to. We want the wanted quests on this account after Kiara. So we actually want to take these out. It would be fun to do this with the dragon, just because it's harder with the dragon. I wonder if she could do this. She's a better solo unit than you might think, but she is a dragon, and her damage is a bit rough, so she's gonna have to like withstand his anti-dragon damage for so many turns that might not end so well. Dino Mom, you know, we haven't really used Dino Mom at all since she got added. Does anybody have her? I think that's Dino Mom. Okay, level 80, you know, kind of your standard, but then high MP rank and stuff. Let me look. I haven't looked at her skills in a while. I mean, look, I want to see what Mystic Code we're going to want. We're pretty free to use whatever Mystic Code we want, because I don't think she's a dragon. Although you do get a debuff here, and I don't remember what it is. I want to say it's maybe Art down, maybe? I mean, she's Buster Quick, I think. Yeah, she's a Buster Quick unit. She can remove her own debuffs. That's good. She's kind of tanky. I wish she had an evade skill or something. This is going to be tough with her though, because she's AoE. No, she's single target. I think she is. Yeah, she's single target. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. I guess I'm gonna go with Anniversary. Try to get some big crits in here. Sadly, she doesn't have like the world's best Stargin, and she doesn't. Well, it's okay. She has okay Stargin, but it's not great by any means. But her hit count's okay. But she doesn't have like a Star Bomb skill or anything, so this might get a little tricky. Getting reliable crits. We're not stage 1, feels bad. Oh, it's Quake down. Let's do Buster Chance. What is it? This is stage 3, I think? Dude, I haven't seen her animations in so long. I only used her in like this stage once when she first came out, and that was like it. Stage 2? And let me see. Oh, this is stage 3. This is stage 3. Stage 2, she's got like her hands together and stuff. Wait, are we a dragon? Oh god, we're a dragon. Why are we a dragon? We're a T-Rex? This is stupid! I was wondering, because like his AI never casts his anti-dragon skill unless there's actually a dragon present. Like his AI is actually good like that. Is this because some people might have found bones of dinosaurs and thought they were dragons? Which is really a thing, but shit. Oh, we're screwed. We are so screwed. That crit spread is so... Are you kidding me? We have three Buster cards to pick from, right? And we only need to use 2 cards, so if like... Every single star went to not a Buster card, right? So I can do my Star Bomb from my Mystic Code, but I'd like to have a few stars on my Buster cards already, right? We have 6 stars, and 4 of them went to the Quick card, and 2 of them went to the Art card. And that's great. I actually think that means we don't use our Bomb here, because I think that means they got the RNG bullshit under the hood, and they'd probably get more stars if I made them. I don't even know what that is, Rex. I'll have to look that up later. She just happens to look like a dinosaur in her Oni form, I guess. What a coincidence. I mean, that is literally a T-Rex, though, in the blanket. I'm just saying. I gotta say, that wasn't bad damage. He does not have armor ignore, so he was still getting his defense up against... Whoa. We had a defense buff, by the way. Okay. That's, if she wasn't a dragon, I think she could do that, because she could break there, then you could do the Buster up and the crit stars and stuff, and like go, and then use Guts. But if she's a dragon, I don't think there's any way she's beating that. Like, he does more damage to you, and you do quite a bit less to him. That's, we'll try to use it for something else, though. Some dragons can beat this, especially, like, archers can do it, obviously, but, like, there are neutral dragons that can do it. Like, MHXX did it. I don't think Yu's got that. This is pretty tough at neutral. Okay, this is just bullying, but why not? show off just how, I mean, Lost, you know, it puts all this work into it for a reason, so why not show off all that hard work? I know, even, she's extreme enough as is, but she has the fucking Yang CE of all things. At least, Siegfried will make it a little bit harder for us. When you break his health bar, he gets a free debuff clear. So we'll have to, you know, mix up our cards a little bit. Yeah, well, if Jin shows, oh, Jin is here. Yeah, hi Jin. Yeah, well, I was gonna say we'll use, what boss? I think was it Cleo? I don't. We picked a boss that we wanted to do it on. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Cleo. But even if we don't do that one, there's plenty. Oh, George, you're right. I think we might already have George. We'll see. If not, we unlock him pretty soon. Shame we didn't apply burn yet, but give it a minute. Yeah, Canis is a very good unit for the Yang CE because she's so normal chord oriented and stuff. Lacking starting NP is not as big of a deal for her. Although sometimes you definitely want to rush her NP. Still can't apply burn because Leonidas is taking all of the godforsaken cards. Well, she's getting an absolutely horrible RNG right now, but she's such a strong unit, I don't think it's going to matter. She just needs to win before Siegfried NPs the second time. I want to use the defense up now, even though we don't have her NP. I'll say yes. Okay, there's our burn. Okay, we should get our NP from him attacking us. Double buster, by the way. It's a good thing we got defense up in our ruler. Quick charge. It's unfortunate for us. The fact, dude, they wanted this, right? They wanted her to be this disgusting loopy nonsense because the skill you would cast to start is a star bomb, right? So it gets you off on the right foot, like no matter what, and then your NP for the consecutive NPs is also a star bomb, right? It's so silly, dude. Like, whose idea was this? At least Siegfried's not evil, right? There's a lot of evil enemies out there, like a crap load, but Siegfried is not one of them, so she does not get her bonus damage. That's still so much damage. That she just did 167,000 at neutral. Yang CE, by the way. Yang CE attack up, art up, you know, level 100. Like, good lord, man. She really is a monster of a unit because she is a ruler. She takes so little damage from everybody, right? It's crazy. Siegfried, bless his heart, he's trying. He's doing his best. He got rid of the burn now. I don't think that's going to save him, but that actually is a little bit awkward though, because if I want to apply burn, I have to not do the thing that's going to let me loop. That's tough. I think it's worth it though. Besides, maybe we get lucky. Phantom is so bad that it's okay to counter class with him. He's just fighting easier content. Everything's a challenge for that guy. My god, she's already almost done. Yeah, if we could have done art, we honestly maybe I should have done art. I don't know if the bonus damage would actually work. Again, ping again is such a big deal. And we're just so safe because again, we're a ruler and we have a giant defense up, so we're super safe here. I thought about using the third skill, do the crit thing, but I didn't have enough stars to really justify it. If we got lucky, we could have won there with it. Victory, I'm sorry, man. That was tough. We'll be fairer to him on our main account, so... Hey look, we just made a bunch of stars again. And then we NP and make a bunch of stars again. Seriously, she's so tanky. She's so tanky, and then she does this kind of nonsense. And then if you're fighting evil, she does even more damage. If you were wondering, when did she come out for an A? Let me think. When was she? She was a bit before Lost Belt 5, wasn't she? She was in Case Files, right? Yeah, Luvia, that's right. So yeah, if you're wondering if she's worth it, she definitely is. So now if you don't like her, then who cares? But if you like her and you're like, I wonder if she's good enough to warrant rolling on a lot, the answer is yes. Because the thing is, there are more evil. Oh hey, Zaw's getting flooded. It's because Zaw's a good guy. See, there are more people that are evil than there are like just archers, right? No one would be like, this Lancer doesn't have enough things to counter, right? It doesn't anytime you fight an archer, right? There are more evil things than there are archers, and so she actually counters like more things than the typical counter class does anyway. Okay, we don't have, that's George right there, but we don't have it yet, so I guess we gotta get a little bit farther into the story. And then we'll do Yang. I actually have no idea how that's gonna go. I think Yang will do alright, especially if she's upgraded a lot, because we're forcibly using everyone at neutral. I feel like Yang's gonna, compete pretty well. Let's show off Siegfried's costume. It looks cool, but it was implemented very poorly. He just learned invisible air is all, and he just activates and deactivates it constantly. Yang with the Yang CE, yeah. Oh, you're right. You could use Luvia against BB, because then Luvia is BB evil? Because Luvia, rulers almost never counterclass, but they do counterclass BB. Let me see if she's evil. She might not be. She's more like chaotic neutral, I think. Why, when you look at BB, why on earth does she not come up? What the hell? Moon Cancer, there we go. Okay, she is chaotic good. I guess that kind of makes sense too. I would have gone with chaotic neutral, but I can kind of see that. Yeah, Summer's evil because, Neo Lethertep, or however the hell you say his name. Yeah, they have made a lot of rulers go hand-to-hand combat. I think Martha kind of set that standard, so they've kind of just gone with it a little bit. But, they're all over the place with rulers. There's just not that many of them, right? So if you go up D&D, I would be chaotic good, because I'm very big on like personal freedom and personal responsibility and blah 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 blah, and that's pretty typical for that. But yeah, green. Oh yeah, he says that. I forgot in this costume. And like, I don't care for a lot of like arbitrary rules and crap like that, but I still want people to, I do not wish harm on people at all. I want people to be happy and do well in life. I want humanity to, do better. Oh, I can never remember which stages are Himiko. Hers are all over the place because I think her stage 3 is the really crazy one, right? I find stage 3 is normally, oh yeah, that's right, Himiko's a ruler too, actually, that's a good point. But yeah, Himiko's another punchy than ruler. I literally don't remember what her stage 2 is. I know what her stage 3 is. It's like the really fancy one, because stage 3, like I said, normally are fancy, but I don't remember what her stage 2 is. But yeah, his sword just appears and disappears constantly. I really wish they would patch it. Let me look at that. It's so dorky. Like and it's gone. Like, good job, guys. It would have taken 1 frame of animation to have fixed that, right? Like they're in between frame, like when they're jumping forward and backward, there's normally only 1 frame anyway, in terms of like what's changing. It might be on the screen for more than 1 frame, but the sprite is only 1 frame. And yeah, they couldn't be bothered to just change his hand pose and get rid of the sword. Or add in the sword to this costume, right? Either way would have done it. Do I NP these guys? The dream would be we actually don't kill that middle one, and then we get to do art. They're not dragons. What NP rank are we? NP2. It might live. It probably won't because we're level up. Yeah, it's not gonna live. That means I shouldn't have used my disengage yet. But it's so awesome when you can kill everything, but then you actually get your normal attacks in, and you get to do NP art, because you get double NP gain up. Because you get 1 from your NP, and then if you cast your other one, it's really good for like looping and stuff. Very nice. Unfortunately, these guys are not strong enough. Fuck! They were strong enough! He was strong enough! God damn it! I could have gotten so much NP there. Oh my god, feels bad, dude. I remember this guy having some kind of gimmick that was nasty. I think he has like ridiculous debuff resistance or something. I guess I do this. See, I could have gotten my NP this turn if I had done it correctly and had done like bust. I could have done Buster Art there instead. Okay, that was rather unthreatening. They are counterclassing though, so I guess this is what you would expect. Thankfully, even though this guy is not a dragon, I mean, we still have Buster up and whatnot from our 3rd skill, so. Although our command codes are for dragons as well, I see. I really do hope someday they patch this costume to work better. Because all the ones from the anniversary, they actually bothered to have in between frames, so it doesn't look super dorky like that. They clearly realized people hate that, and they typically don't do it anymore. But they don't go back. You know, as I always say, DW just cannot be bothered to retroactively fix things. Even if they change their design philosophy moving forward, they don't go backwards and fix other ones, you know, because there's other, you know, Arthur's is broken like this, Jolter's is broken like this, right, and they don't fix any of those. They'll probably fix Jolter's though whenever she does get an animation update. They'll probably fix the costume then. I actually think her costume is a big part of why she has not gotten an animation update yet, because they basically have to do the animation update twice, and I don't think they can be bothered. I think they will eventually because she's so popular, but. Now, Dracula does actually have connections to dragon stuff. Wow, he lived. Crap. Ooh, boy, he actually tried to kill us there, and I really should have been more careful. Right, let's do a slow-mo NP because it looks awesome. It's unfortunate that they like reuse so much of Arthur's NP in this one, but it still looks cool. I love the rocks that like kick up. It's funny though, they did do something in this NP to like be a clear nod to Arthur's being stronger. Because like his, you know, you can kind of see the beam's kind of loose, you know, it's kind of got gaps in it, it's kind of like windy and stuff, right? Where Arthur's is like this really dense, huge, you know, compact beam and stuff. I think they were, you know, trying to make sure it looked like Arthur's was stronger because, I mean, it's, you know, EX rank and all that. I miss though the half circle like it's said to be. Although I'm pretty sure he can use his NP both ways. He can fire it as like a generic beam, or he can fire it as like the semicircle. But they actually got that right when they first made Siegfried back in the day. They made it a semicircle, and that's how it's supposed to be, and that's how he generally uses it. Dude, I need to update that, Red, because they have reused that same camera angle and like ground explosion thing so many times. Like where it comes in diagonally, then goes to a side view, and you see it. They have reused that. Like the first time they ever did it was Arthur, but they've done it for Spartacus, Mordred, Siegfried, Gray. I think there's another one that I'm forgetting. I know there's at least one other one I'm forgetting, but they've done it so many times, dude. It's crazy. At least they didn't do it for Artoria. That would have been... Oh yeah, Lubu. Yeah, they did it for Lubu. That's one. If they had done it for Artoria's animation update, I would have lost my mind. Yeah, I actually like Siegfried's original NP more in terms of the design of it. And it's more true to what it's supposed to do lore-wise, where the new one is just them copying the anime. So yeah, but obviously his new sprite and like the effort put into it, like the rocks kicking up and everything, that's all way better. And his sprite is just so much better. Wait, what do they want us to do now? You have to do the side thing? I don't think you have to do the side thing. Yeah, no, you don't, because I still have the side thing on my main account, so we can fight King Potato Chips whenever we want. Oh, you have to buy the key. And now someone's gonna say that in chat, but yeah, I remember you have to buy the key items. Oh wait, you can just buy all of these, okay. Also, RIP QP, by the way. Yeah, that was time locked before, right? Thankfully, actually, nobody said it. Dude, Herc's old sprite animations, man, they're like so cartoonish. By the way, I gotta find this. I showed this on Discord the other day. This is a trip right here. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. So here is, you know, good old, look at this picture right here, chat. I'll put it on the stream. Let's just be a real stream here. So, there we go. There's our boy, you know, Kentoki, right? Looking pretty good here. And then what he used to look like, dear God. Like, just dear God. Like, this is so bad. Like, it's so cartoony. This is like, it's like half chibi, right? It's so fucking bad. And then now what's even worse, right? I mean, that is insane, like how much of a downgrade that is, and like how much better it got, right? But what's really ridiculous is, the thing is, they fixed Kentoki, right? Obviously, he looks much better now. He looks like, you know, what you'd expect. Looks like an anime character. But what they have not fixed is this. This is still a thing. After 5.5 years, we still have this. Like, how is this acceptable? Like, what the hell? This is not a human. This is a fucking goblin. This is the albino female goblin right here. Like, what the hell? I'm hopeful that she's gonna get an update with part 2, the part 2 banner of the 5.5. Because I do think that's her in the... I watched the opening again. I watched the anime opening again, and I think that's her at the end. Now, I think it's an alternate version for her, right? I think it's like, you know, a Saber version or some nonsense. But if they add a 5-star Ushi, I think they're pretty likely to update Ushi at least soon. Maybe not right away, but hopefully they would. Like, I mean, there's no way... The PR disaster of not updating her would be really bad. Because it's been a year since the Babylon anime. Like, come on. Like, there really is no excuse at this point. But I don't think, if they update Ushi, I doubt it would happen when 5.5 drops. Maybe it does. I mean, you know, sometimes they do things that they didn't announce. They've done that before. But I would expect it to drop with the second banner, if it happens, right? It might not happen. Technically, this is like the worst time to use a ruler. Oh, look, it has the Yang CE as well. But I think she can handle it anyway. Yeah, if they add an SSR version of Ushi before updating her, that is a slap too far, right? That is like such a slap in the face. They've done similar things though, like they added Atalante Alter right before fixing Atalante, but they did fix Atalante pretty shortly after, and you know the game hadn't been out as long. Atalante wasn't just well, actually, when Atalante Alter was added, was the APOC anime out yet? I'm not sure. But the big difference is the Babylon anime has been out for a fucking year, right? So, like, you really have no excuse. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard. I think this stage counts as water, so, we'll wait to use our first go. Was releasing its last few episodes. I suspect they were probably starting to work on the animation update when they made Atalante Alter, because it wasn't that far after that they did. Like a month or two, maybe 2 or 3 months actually. Because I think she got the update with the APOC event, didn't she? Which was obviously after the anime finished. The APOC collab was the event after Lost Belt 1. Oh, that's not so bad then. Honestly, it would not have surprised me if they'd already had the update ready, they just didn't release it. You know what, good enough. I don't think we're gonna need it with the... Wait, we haven't put Burn on yet, though. This was a mistake. Bonk. I tried to roll Summer Nobu, but caught Nero instead. Feels bad. Assuming you're not a Nero fan, so... Okay, there's our bonk. If we can get that Yang CE crit. I cannot believe that gives a 30% crit bonus. Unfortunately, we have a permanent crit down. Still crit for 50k, even when the enemy has a defense buff. Yeah, we had crit down and they had a defense. They have now 2 defense buffs. Well, the bonus attack you get from the Brave Chain ignores armor, so... I don't know why it does that. The game never tells you that. I also don't think the game ever explains that Buster Chains are like, you know, a stat thing. Right? Like how it's 20% of your attack. They don't ever explain that as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure if they do explain Buster Chains, like in the tips, I think it just says it's like 20% like damage bonus or whatever, right? Which is not really how that works. It's like close, but there's a lot of weird shit with Buster Chains that the game just does not bother explaining. I would assume it includes the CE added stats, but I have never looked into that or even bothered to test it, but I would assume it's just, whatever the units... Oh my god, I should have casted Evade. If I casted Evade there, we would have killed her next turn, even with her defense buff, we still would have killed her. Well, we got, catted. Or maybe Beastly knows the details. And I didn't know. I saw very early on that Buster Chains got some degree of armor ignore. It took me a while to figure out how it worked. So I noticed when you fight enemies with like big defense gimmicks and stuff, where you're basically doing no damage. If you did Buster Chains, you'd get a chunk of damage, like the crabs and stuff. And I couldn't figure out exactly why. I knew it was a thing. I knew Brave Chains had a degree of armor ignore. I just didn't understand what it was. And I'm still not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure what it is the 20% attack bonus that you get from them ignores armor. And I don't even think it's supposed to. It's probably spaghetti code, but that seems to be how it works. Yeah, I doubt DW even understand. I think a lot of like the way buff stack and stuff wasn't even intentional by DW. Okay, let's give her another shot. Let's go for some revenge here. Might go Atlas just because I want to get rid of that crit down. Or even anniversary block. Nah, we'll stick with default. Between the two heals, that should theoretically buy us a turn. Well, Lost Belt 5.5 doesn't come out for quite a while. I'm probably not going to stream it until tomorrow, I would think. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, because I need to make some videos and stuff, but I'm going to try to stream, at some point, obviously. But, like, as soon as I wake up and everything, I'm going to be working on videos for a little bit and try to get some stuff done on my main, but I definitely want to stream. I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about. And main story is just the best time in FGO, right? Main stories, unless they drop the ball, generally main stories are the most fun that I have in FGO, right? Like, by far. And normally it's when they put in the most effort and whatnot. Lost Belt 5.2 is just awesome. Lost Belt 5.1 was a bit of a dip in quality, though, in my opinion. Like, I think Lost Belt 3 was really good, Lost Belt 4 was really good, and then 5.1 was, I mean, it was good, but it wasn't as good as the previous stuff. But then 5.2 was really, really, really good.
Hi.
I mean, they really, all departments, right? Like, the artists did good, the people that make the music did good, the voice actors did good, the writers did good, like, whoever designs the boss fights, they did a really good job. Like, 5.2 was just FGO at its best. Hopefully, I'm not, from a thematic standpoint and stuff, I'm not looking forward to 5.5, but from a gameplay standpoint, I very much am, and I'm hoping we can live up to 5.2. Actually, I should do the Buster first, because it might burn, so... Just double attack up. Can't say I'm a huge fan of that. So I think I need to try to kill her before she gets her NP, because I have a feeling I'm going to need to use my evade for normal card damage. Probably should use it now. I mean, I can heal up after she hits me, but this is a turn where she can do a lot of damage, so yeah, I'll do this. This is risky. Like, this is really risky right here. I'm gonna do this now, because she doesn't have a defense up right now, and once she casts a defense up, she's probably gonna have it for ages. And even though I don't have my NP, I think it's better to just take the damage while I've got it. Like, we can do some serious meaty damage right here, so... 92k crit, okay. There's the defense up. Oh my god, I used evade and she didn't even attack. And now she has double defense up for the next, like, 3 turns. Well, this isn't looking good. It's a good thing Buster Chains have that degree of armor ignore, but it's still, not gonna do that much, because the rest of the stuff doesn't, so... I think what it is because if an enemy has 100% defense up, if a Brave Chain gives you 20% attack, you're going over that 100% or something. That's some degree of that is why it works the way that it does. This cat, much like this chair, gotta die. Look at all these juicy fucking crits we're getting. I'm really glad we're using something as busted as the Yangtze right now, because of all these defense buffs, we would be screwed otherwise. Also, if we weren't Buster Chaining, we wouldn't be doing jack shit right now. That was close though, we barely won that. We're gonna lose next turn. Dude, all that stuff we got, we're only hitting for like 11k per card there. Moobot committed self-die. Yeah, it does that occasionally. I wonder if they will add other Christian stuff. Probably. I think they're going to be pretty light on that stuff, but we'll see. I don't think they want to rock the boat too much and, make a bunch of drama. We have George yet? Yes, we do. Alright, it's Yang time. See if we can get Jin in here. Might need you to relog if you haven't in a bit. Because this game... One of these days, my ult account needs to grail its Martha to 90. I don't think I'd ever take her to 100, but I should take her to 90 at some point. By the way, I actually grailed my Arash today on my main account. Because I was like, you know what? I like Arash a lot, and it's only one grail and he gets 10 levels. Probably not going to grail him beyond that anytime soon, if ever, but literally one grail, 10 levels, I'm like, yeah, I can, he deserves that, so, and it's fairly practical too, so. Oh, do I not have you? Oh, this is, that's right, this is my ult, I have you on my main. Hold on, your request won't go through because I'm full on requests, so. Actually, I might already have one from you though, let me see. Yeah, there we go, easy. But, yeah, you know, Arash is awesome. He's useful for farming, challenge quests, and everything else, and making him silver from one grail is pretty nice. Yeah, 1 stars are the only units that get that. Their first grail is worth 10 levels, and I'm sitting on 3 grails right now, and then we're about to get another one from this event, so I'm like, you know what, and actually I had 4 grails, I'm at 3 now, but I had 4 grails. So I was like, yeah, I'll go down to 3 and give Arash 1. I'm like, that's worth it. I'm actually planning on doing that for a few 1 stars, because seriously, 1 grail for 10 levels? Like, hell yeah, and just giving that nice little stamp boost, you know, makes 1 stars a little bit better, so it's nice. Alright, let's see, what do we want to do here? Maybe Atlas? I think you get Art down here, so yeah, definitely Atlas. Art down is very bad for her. Got my Raj Fontaine the other day, nice. I would like to have an 100 Arash, it's just, there's so many, you know, Tesla is really the thing I'm wanting to grail big next. I'm just hoping he gets it right up soon so he can be MP2. I don't want to be that guy with 100 Tesla at MP1, right? It's a very painful experience. Alrighty, let's see. Oh no, it's attack down, excuse me. Well, that's really bad too. If anything, that's worse, so. Still super worth it to get rid of that. And she, I think, is pretty good with Atlas anyway. Let's go quick chain. Okay. Try to buff her first skill. It's kind of crazy now. Makes 25 stars now. Good God. Do I drain now? If I drain now, it might come back. It's an okay time to do the defense down. I can do my 3rd skill too, because I wouldn't but because I got the Brave Chain and everything, I think this is fine. And I would prefer George to only ever MP once. That would be the ideal situation here. Do we have the Yang CE equipped? I think we do. Oh god, she's probably so fucking busted with this. Dude, the Yang CE basically makes everyone a goddamn monster. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, you're almost counterclassing everything, right? It's just so crazy. And when it really gets what? How did we just fail every single crit? What? We had rather good crit chances there. I would have liked 1. Good lord, man. Please bust this out. Wait. Fuck. That doesn't work the way I thought it. That's right. It's the... Oh god. I should have done that next turn. The only good thing about that is getting it on cooldown, you know, means it comes back sooner, but that was not worth. Guarding the burn there, I see. Look at how much we overcharged because of how we did that. That was not ideal. We got a little bit of burn though. We're actually about to start getting some nice damage off of that. That CE would be balanced if there weren't burn command codes. But there's 3 burn command codes. So, yeah, it's pretty busted. And respecting is free, so... Like, if it came out on NA right now, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but on JP, it's pretty busted. I really wish I had not messed up my first skill, but crit! Damn it! So we could have broken this turn if we didn't miss. We've missed so many crits throughout this run. That's actually really bad. We might lose because of that. That sucks. We're not dead yet, though. Have to give this one another go. Do I NP? Nah, I think we save our NP. That really was bullshit how many crits we had fail. This is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. So I think she can do it. We might want the command code that removes defensive. That's what's really slowing us down. Unfortunately, defensive is massive. Man, if it wasn't for the break bar, we could have gotten some serious burn going there. Hey, thank you for the Twitch Prime for 6 months. The hit something. I don't got it. We've had this conversation before, but I appreciate the support. I have no idea how to say your name. Feels bad. This is what spaces are for, right? If you put spaces when the word changes, then it's really easy. If you don't do that, I can never read the damn thing. That's like a staple of this channel at this point, though. Will you stop guarding the burns, please? But I appreciate the 6 months, man. It's a long time. I know, you can't put spaces, but you can capitalize the letters. Right, like your name, see? The Z is capital, and then the R is capital, so it's really clear where the space is supposed to be. But I don't say, you know, Zillar X, you know, shit like that. That's probably how I would say your name, honestly, if I saw it out of the blue. Like I've said that before, but I legit, that's how that would go down. Okay. We have to kill this turn or we lose. He has double defense up though. You know what's sad is I think our burn will kill when the turn is over, but we're gonna die, I think. The Zillar X, or Zillar X, pretty much. He's 60% defensive right now. Come on, extra attack. Come on! Oh, that's not gonna happen. Our burn's gonna kill though. Time to double down, boys. Nope, he casts guts. We're not even gonna get to double down. He's too smart. I wish it's kind of sad too. We don't get to see what the damage would have been. The way that works doesn't let you kill there. All right. It's like if you break a bar. It's basically like switching waves. If you have dots on you and you switch waves, they can't kill you, even if they should have. It's the same thing for if the enemy kills you, so it's actually being fair about that in a way. I need you to relog. Because, you know, this game... I actually think Yang gameplay is kind of fun. You know, it's fairly straightforward, but it's still fun. It's nice ramping up all the burn. There's some decisions to be made, though. Man, this support system, dude. There we go. God. Yeah, the defense removal I think will make this easy. Honestly, it's kind of impressive that she did that well with how much defense up he had, so she'll be in good shape now. Lol, we guarded the thing, so now we don't need the buff removal. Now that is an opening hand right there. That's so good I almost want to use our third skill, but it's probably not quite worth it. I'm gonna skip out on the Buster card just to get MP gain and apply burn right away. I think that's worth it overall. Yang cards, yeah. Have her like hold the cards like a fan, right? Kind of what George is doing, honestly. That's one reason why I like George's emote, dude. I love that thing. Damn it, Leo. George actually has not cast his defense buff yet. He is guarding the burn though. Okay. Now this is a good time to use vulnerability because we're going to use the MP right away. Kind of makes us waste the defense up, but oh well. Doesn't have this defense up, so I don't need to do the defense removal. Think they'll update George eventually. I mean, they said they wanted to update all the Day 1 characters, so... But I feel like they don't think they need to as much as a lot of other people, because one, he hasn't really been featured in anything prominent. Like, I mean, when was the last time was George in anything, right? Oh, God. Dude, the crit RNG is just so not on our side. Anyway, but also, I think he actually looks better with default animations than most people do. Not that George looks amazing, and like, yeah, they could make it better, but seriously, look at George's sprite. That just does not look like the shit show that is Ushi's sprite, right? It's much better, so... As much as I like George, I'm like, yeah, he probably should be lower priority because he doesn't, you know, he doesn't actually need it too bad. She's allergic to crits, apparently. Do I NP? Probably. I mean, get more burn is fine. Like how last time he just had a million defense buffs and now he's not, he has cast it once. I can't remember, if you use her in stage 1 or stage 2, is she in stage 3 for her NP anyway? He guarded again. He guarded again. He's guarding a lot, man. Yes. Do you feel like they did that because they were just too lazy to draw it in every sprite, or just because they wanted it to be spooky? I feel like it's a bit of both. I feel like it's like they wanted it to be spooky, but then also it's like this is a good excuse for us not to draw her 3 times in that animation. Like, I think if they couldn't have justified it, they would have like, okay, we'll draw her 3 times. But because they could justify it, they're like, oh yeah, fuck that. Okay, now he's got the defense buff. Did we just do a really awkward combo this turn and like start with the defense removal? Nah, probably not. Do that. I don't know, maybe I should have applied more burn. I mean, it really does start to add up if you apply it enough. Yeah, wow. We actually almost ran out of burn. Hey, Bear. Thanks, man. I know it's gonna do that with some people as well, but what are you gonna? Wow, we might actually kill here. Wow, we did so much better than last time. Dude, we still have invulnerability, and we had enough health with the defense stuff that we might have lived another turn, and we got our MP again. We don't need to zeet the app. This is the old account. Like we're on this account, we're wanting to progress, you know, to get Kiara and murder Kiara. And then get the... Basically, I want this account to have Kiara unlocked and to have the wanted quests after Kiara, right? And the main account is going to have all the wanted quests before Kiara. Does feel bad, though, missing out on these stages. Yeah, if this was my main account, I would be so pissed. But by the way, it's always better for chat to remind me to yeet the app, even if I end up not needing to, than not reminding me to, because, you know, if you lose a stage, it's gone forever, so... You know, by all means, be overly cautious with that kind of thing. Like, seriously, even if it's a stage that we're just doing over and over, like yesterday, you know, you can still say, you know, zeet the app, you know, a few turns in advance, right? I'm never gonna complain about people reminding me on that. Like, literally cannot be reminded enough. Like, even, like, just when it's a meme, because, like, God, the few times that I have forgotten to reset the app, it's so infuriating. I am drinking, although I'm about out of water, so I'm gonna have to get more in a minute. Alright, this is the main story again. Ooh. He's so bad in a solo, though. Like, he's so bad in a solo. Every time he NPs, he kills himself. And he has Black Grail. So, like, if we take advantage of that Black Grail, we lose. That's, probably not gonna work here. That is a hell of a Black Bart right there, though. 12 hours. Well, I mean, you're probably not going to beat the story right away, Lost. So, are you going to, like, just... Lost, are you just going to, like, power trip and just, like, fuck everything and just murder and get it over with as fast as possible? I know some people do that. No. Yeah, I always like to, you know, take my time and do bosses multiple times and, you know, that kind of thing. Dude, it's bad. Oh, fuck. Oh, we are so dead. This one's harder than the average one. The only time this stage is not harder than the average one is if you bring, like, the Yang CE, right? Oh, we're gonna get destroyed, dude. Wait, whoa. Martha, though, Martha has buff removal. That'll help. We'll just save that for bad turns. I think she might still be screwed, though. You know, funny thing is, it's not Rex, but, you know, this Ku's not smart enough to space out his stuff. It can't, it really depends. Like, if a boss removes buffs every turn, then that's, like, you know, devastating for Ku. But when they only do it, like, here and there, it really is not that big of a deal. It's just don't stack your buffs, dumbass. I think, yeah, let's do it. George making that kind of painful. I mean, Leonidas, excuse me. You know, I would use my Ku to solos and stuff. But I can't log on my main account right now because I got that Araj stage already loaded. I'm like so ready for that animation update, man. You gotta understand, you know, due to the way I make videos and how I don't just like record it and slap it on YouTube. I edit it and all that, and then I have to render the video. You know, I'm so behind with uploading those videos anyway. It's like I gotta do and then on my sleep schedule, I'm normally asleep when stuff drops. So I gotta do what I can to make it a little bit faster. Also, I'm just really excited to see what they do with Harash's normal attacks. I hope they do him justice. Guess Art Chain's fine. I'd like to sync up my first skill so his defense down fails. Because it adds up. I don't need fucking Ku getting more damage on me. I mean, he's spooky here. Yeah, it lasts 3 turns, right? I'm not crazy. God, we are in so much trouble. Wait, no, it does. I thought it did last 3 turns. Shit. Oops. Well, maybe he'll just fail to land it anyway. He does have magic resistance. There's that terror. No, we got it. We're good. Please don't insta-kill me. I'll be happy if we at least break the first thing. Not enough faith. Don't worry, guys. I timed it so my first skill debuff resistance was up, so he wouldn't land the defense down. I got it. Wow, we got slaughtered. Chat, you want to see something sad? So I've soloed this with regular Ku, right? You know, and that's at neutral, right? So it's, you know, neutral Ku versus Ku, and Ku can win. Don't need the Yang CE, right? You can do it the normal way. And honestly, with how hard this stage is to do at neutral without the Yang CE, that's pretty impressive, right? But you want to see something really sad. This isn't gonna work as well. Hold on, let me give him the best chance he's got to keep up with regular Ku. He doesn't have sure hit. He doesn't even have sure hit, right? Ku gets sure hit on his NP, so if you can time it with the protection from arrows, at least you get something out of it. But nope, don't even get that. Can we just buff Proto Ku already? Like, goddamn, dude. I think Canis could do it with the Yang CE, and I don't think she could do it without. But I don't know. Zaw has probably got more experience with that. That's what I remember, but I may be wrong. Like, I do remember her doing it with the Yang CE, right? Because, you know, fucking protection from arrows. But I doubt she did it without, unless she got, maybe if you get really fucking lucky, but... It's an RNG shit show. Yeah, I would expect if she can do it, the win rate's probably like 20-25% or something, you know, pretty crappy like that. Alright, what do we want? What do we want? We could go Pierce and Vulnerability and Sure Hit command code, but I don't know if that's worth it. I mean, he's gonna cast Evade, like, he's gonna do it. There's no way around that. Okay, yeah, I guess we do that. Because the last thing I want to... Oh, God, can you imagine? We do our NP quick. We make a bunch of stars, and then he casts protection from arrows, and then my crits just go into the void, right? That's just... Okay, we're gonna want Star Bomb still. Okay. I think Orion is the sure hit one. And then the Katana is Pierce and Vulnerability. Because, you know, Katanas, you know, they're just so skillful, you know. Of course, they work that way. I think it's actually a reference to... What's Muramasa, actually, I think is the reason they did that. I'm not sure, though. I never read the description of that command code. I probably should. Yeah, the Yang CE might bail Proto Ku out. He might still lose, though. I'm serious. Like, he might still lose, even with the Yang CE, because it's that messed up. If he loses really spectacularly, we'll give him the Yang CE and see if that lets him keep up better. That's going to be so sad if Proto Ku can't do it with the Yang CE when regular Ku can do it without the Yang CE, right? That's really messed up. Great, someone else has the Piercing Vulnerability one. Oh, that's funny. It's on, it's on regular queue. Oh, I did that. I beat the Gilius Challenge quest with, I did it on this account. So this account brought Proto Coup that's grailed and Coup right there that's grailed, and I summoned my main account's Coup that's grailed. So I had 300 Coups on the front row, and I gave all of them like a lot of anti-stun and debuff removal because Gilius, you know, had a lot of stun in it, and then some, you know, Piercing Vulnerability here and there because there was some invulnerability stuff in that fight, and yeah, it worked. It actually worked pretty well. Wait, who Rex? Who's the unit being discussed here? Scatty? Yeah, Scatty would get absolutely annihilated by this. So we could if we could do it just for the lulz, but this is one. This is a pretty hard one to do at neutral, right? It's obviously doable, but let me put it to this way. You know, Coup is really fucking good in terms of like straight value, right? So if you're gonna use everyone at neutral, Cou's gonna be one of the better ones. And Coup barely beats this without the Yang CE. Now with the Yang CE, he actually beats it rather handily, but most at that, you know, the Yang CE is just so fucking bullshit, like no kidding. And so if Cou's barely doing it, a lot of units are gonna get absolutely smacked. Pretty sure that's short hit. Yeah, I think she could do it because she's not at neutral, she's at half neutral. Actually, she's not even that, she's actually half counterclassing, which is way better than half neutral. So she would have no problem. The only thing that'd be kind of hard, well, she might get insta-deft. That's the one thing, because she would take she would take longer than normal to win, and so she'd have to deal with more bulks, and then she might get insta-deft. So she probably wouldn't have like 100% win rate or anything, but if you were able to, you know, not die, then she'd win eventually. But the hard part would be Cou's hit count's kind of low, so she's not going to loop as well, and then if she gets insta-deft, that's that. I mean, the Wonder Twins would have no problem because they're counterclassing. Like, almost every Saber ever can beat this. Like, Fergus could beat this, although if you got unlucky with Insta-Death, probably not. But, like, counterclassing is... These stages are just not hard enough to counterclass, generally. Why am I Moon Cancer? What did I do? Also, high loots. The only Sabers that I think might fail that Jason would probably fail this. Saber Gilius might fail this, but he might be able to do it. But he'd be pushing it. I can't really think of any other Sabers that would potentially fail this. Maybe Dion, just because he's so slow and he'd be more susceptible to being insta-death, but he could definitely win if he didn't get insta-death. I remember once you were talking about some nonsense loots and someone in your chat was just saying some stupid crap and you were just like, Nasu called and I'm a Moon Cancer now. Good times, man, good times. Alright, let's see. Where's another Star Bomb? I'll go ahead and give him the burn one in case we switch to the Yang CE. Probably on someone else. Of course it is. Like, for example, if Coup was counterclassing this fight, it would be so easy, it would just be laughable, right? And that's why testing Sabers here isn't really all that useful. Where the hell is the... what? Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, ultimately, like, I don't really mind how they've done Moon Cancer, because ultimately Moon Cancer is because of the Moon Cell, right? Because, you know, everything BB does is because of the Moon Cell. So if other people get access to the Moon Cell, it makes sense that they'd get it as well. Or be able to get it. Because, I mean, BB is supposed to be a beast in FGO, right? But she just hides that. And then after Kiara, then I don't think she's a beast anymore, but... Alright, I need George. What am I doing? But hopefully they keep Moon Cancer rare. It definitely, it needs to only be Moon Cell nonsense. Otherwise, it doesn't make it doesn't make a shred of sense. Otherwise. They made a real mistake with Moon Cancer, though, and I've said this before. It's like, the game needed a class that countered Avenger. They needed that. But it needed to be something that wasn't so freaking niche, right? Like, that was not a good idea. Honestly, I think what they should have done, and they're too lazy to do this, but they should have, for a few units, they should not do this often, but when it's really applicable, they should have units that are just themselves and they don't have a class. And because that's how it is lore-wise anyway, and that is so good to lay that groundwork, because if you ever fight something like Ort, right, you don't want Ort as a fucking assassin or something. That's stupid, right? Ort should just be Ort, right? And there's a lot of stuff in lore that's like that anyway, so I think they should have, like, BB should have just been BB, because that's what she is in her actual game. Like, ultimately, the most canonical version of BB is just BB in CCC. And in CCC, BB has no class. She's just BB, right? And she just has, you know, hacks powers because of the moon cell and all that. So they should have just made her BB in this, just like they did in, like, literally they made Moon Cancer because they didn't want to do that. They're like, oh, but everything has to have a class, right? But they should have started laying the groundwork for everything not to always have a class. Because that's gonna be so dumb if we start fighting types and they're like, they make up a class for them, or they're foreigner. Like, I swear to God, they better not make types foreigners, because that is so breaking, like, the established stuff they've said about types and foreigners at the same time. So I really don't want them to do that. Grand Moon Cancer, indeed. Yeah, Gilgamesh doesn't have a class in CCC either. I mean, they shouldn't be beasts either, because they're not evils of humanity, they're not even connected to humanity, they're not connected to Earth, but they are connected to the solar system, right? So they shouldn't be foreigners. Like, really, they should just be their own thing. They should either, I can think of two ways to handle this. They should have no class, or they should make a new class just for types, and it's just called types, right? Or ultimate ones, whichever one they want to go with, right? Like, that's the only really reasonable way to do it, in my opinion. Either that, or they're going to make, like, oh, we're going to make this one a Saber, and this one Assassin, and this one a Caster, and crap like that, which I don't really like that idea. They're so detached from all the systems on Earth. That's like the point. You know, they're not connected to the Throne of Heroes. They have nothing to do with the Counter Guardians, right? So them being like shoved into the class system is kind of ludicrous. Do I NP here? Yeah, I got so many cards. This is so rare. When was the last time we got down to 2 people and, you know, the deck was 50-50 and then we actually, you know, had this happen? I swear this doesn't happen much at all. I mean, they've already done stuff like that where they assign classes for gameplay reasons and not lore. They've done that before. But, like, for even gameplay reasons, I think it'd be a lot more fun if they got their own thing, right? Like, just making them types or just themselves. Like, this one's Ort, this one's whatever, or just type Mercury, although, let's be real, Ort's probably not type Mercury. But anyway, you know, it's just a better way of approaching it, right? And, like, it'd be funner, too, if you had, like, more, like, variety in what kind of units you could use against them. Man, I have seen Ace get Sansoned so many times in the last week. It's crazy. I just constantly getting Sansoned, man. Feels bad. Let me look at my star distribution here. Pretty good. I don't think I need a reroll. I mean, 40, 60, 100. Like, I'll take what I can get, I think. I like getting crits though on quick cards, because then you can potentially crit again. I don't know, maybe do I throw away 100% crit to try to get some... It's so greedy, but the thing is our crit buff lasts 3 turns, so you gotta play the long game, I feel. I only made 29 stars, though. Okay, I do like this better. As long as the game doesn't say fuck you. Just, as long as the 90% hits, I'm happy with this. I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. As long as the 90% crits, I'll be happy. That's what'll be on my tombstone, by the way. Why does it have to be like this? Don't clear with those either. Sure. Yeah, just don't clear with those either. It's fine. No, Proto Coup. It's not like the one thing you have over Coup is the fact that you have a crit buff. It's not like it's like literally the only positive, right? But so just don't crit forehead, right? Like, cause remember I've talked about this before. You know, crit buffs, if they don't actually crit, they don't do anything, right? Shit. Well, this is going fantastically. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna apply burn to him. There lies Green. He died as he lived, waiting for story replay. It's accurate. Surely they're gonna add it at some point, right? So any chance we had of keeping up with regular Coup is out the window, because if we had gotten those crits, we would have broken the health bar right now, right? And we'd be working on the next health bar. But you can see how that went. Guys, look, I have a crit turn when the enemy has 20 health, 20k health left. Awesome, fantastic. I'm so happy. Can I get away with Art quick? I mean, if he crits, yes, but he's got that defense buff. And if we don't crit, then no. It'd be 50, 40, 70. You know what? We're so behind. I gotta have something lucky happen. You know, we're gonna lose anyway. Oh my god. Guys, in the 5th year anniversary of the game, really big landmark. You know, a lot of games don't even make it that far, right? It's, you know, if you're gonna, you celebrate your anniversary every year, and you gotta really do something special, right, for the 5th year anniversary. That's a big thing. You know, the buffed Coup again. Instead of Proto Coup for some fucking reason, you know, they buffed Coup was already better than Proto Coup day one, right? He's always been better than Proto Coup. Then they buffed Coup, and it's like, okay, assholes, well maybe they'll buff Proto Coup soon. No, they didn't do that. Well, what'd you do? We buffed Coup again. Oh, thanks. So now he's just like, you know, 3 steps ahead. You know, he's got that mind's eye going on. Okay, let's try that again. It's not quite time for the Yang CE. There actually are some games that do like foolery under their hood, so like when you're like really high crit chances, they actually crit more often than they say, just so it doesn't feel bad. But you know, obviously 80% is 80%. That means 20% is not going to crit, and sometimes your 20% are going to crit, right? That's like the flip side of it. So the mechanic is called 50 stars. Yeah, pretty much. Or, you know, really high star absorb and have teammates, that kind of thing. Give me a second, I ran out of water, so I gotta get more. Dude, that seal emote is... I want to know what picture that comes from, right? I want to see the full picture where that comes from, because it's so good. It implies certain things that are very rare in emotes. Alright, I'll be right back. So I would like to point out that if someone has never played the CCC event before, it is way better in the main interlude. The main interlude version is so much better. You're not time limited, you're not rushed, you don't have to do any of the farming. It's just main story, right? And then like the wanted quests, and the wanted quests are just boss fights, and the main story is mostly boss fights. So it's just story and boss fights. That's it. Like seriously, the main interlude version of this event is so much better than the original event. Like if you're actually just like playing through it, it's great. Alright, let's see. Pretty decent opening hand, though. Hell, if we get a good second turn, I'll be in good shape here. I never finished the CCC ever, so I'm playing it now. Yeah, makes sense. You know, I hope they buff Protoku's NP, and like lore-wise, it straight up says this in the character material book. Proto-Ku and regular Ku have the exact same version of Bulk, right? Out of all the other Bulks out there, they're the only two that are completely alike, right? Like no other version of Bulk has the cause-effect reversal. It's only these two. So lore-wise, they should be exactly the same. Cough cough, though they're not, because Ku's has been buffed and Proto-Ku's hasn't. But for a pure gameplay perspective, when they buff Proto-Ku's, they need to buff it more than they buffed Ku's. Like, they need to have him give a quick up to himself before damage, or they need to have it star bomb so he can crit next turn a lot more reliably. He doesn't even have to have a big star bomb. Literally make like 5 to 10 stars and they'll be looking good, really. But they should do something to make it better, and you can always justify that with like his runs, right? Because it's kind of unclear if they have the same runes or not, but from what they've said, it kind of seems like Proto-Ku has better runs than regular Ku, so that's kind of a fair way to do it. Sumo-less life, yeah, that's not great, man. But Green, don't you want the first 50% starting NP quick CE they made? Wait, I mean, I got that though, don't I? Oh my god, Arc Knights, I know, right? Hey, got a decent hand. We can't quick chain though. I think we NP anyway. Kind of a hard call, but see you, Faust. Have a good one, man. I wish I could go to sleep now and then wake up when it comes out. I'd be very happy if I could do that, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, the main interlude, yeah. Dude, I want to make that freaking emote. That emote Zaw uses, the sleeping one, I want to make that, but instead of the angry guy, I want it to just be a Waddle Dee. And he's not making a facial expression, it's just that exact like angle and everything, it's just a Waddle Dee instead, but wearing the nightcap. I want that so bad. Do I even bother with the crit buff right now? I mean, yeah, because it lasts 3 turns, and we got Atlas, so we have 6 turns of it. You gotta start trying at some point. I can re-roll my stars. 40, 30, 30. I think we take 40, 30, 30. Hey, we got more. How did we crit more times there than we did last time when we had the 90% and 100%, and I don't remember what the other one was. Like, we literally crit more there. That is so dumb. This song is so good, man. Arc Knight's music is something, dude. Like, it really is really good. And like, I like it because not only is it just good, but most of the songs from Arc Knights, you can tell it from Arc Knights, right? They have like their own like style to it, which is really good. Kind of like Armored Core music to a degree. Not obviously it sounds very different than Armored Core music, but Armored Core music is very noticeable. A crit there would have been nice, but way lower chances, so. Rep defense. Don't insta-kill me, bro. Don't you fucking do it. Please give me a bullshit crit that I don't deserve so I can break this turn. I needed another one. It even gave me what I asked for. It just wasn't quite enough. This is bad. Now I'm whipping so much NP. Imagine if they gave Protoku an animation update and they actually gave him 1 extra hit count on his quick attack. He so deserves that, dude. At 90% crit though. And it's on art. I'm gonna do it. That's so much NP gain. Like, yeah, we don't have a Buster card, but still. Dude, both Ku and Protoku are really awesome, but like, dude, Protoku's design is so good, man. And then his voice actor is awesome, and it's just like a nice different take on Ku, right? But then he's so behind, like he's an okay 3-star, sure, but like he's so behind regular Ku, it's just infuriating. He updated Imiya's hit count, and he adjusted Amakusa's a bit, and hopefully made it better. Well, he just triple bustered me. He just triple bustered me and did the BM combo. Motherfucker, and I would have lived if he didn't do literally that. It's not really clear if they wanted Amakusa to have different hit counts with range or melee or not. It's not really clear. And Imiya though, they just straight up up. No, Imiya, they changed his art hit count. They added 1 hit to his art. His art used to be 2 hit because dumb. He's the only one they've changed a face card for. Yeah, they did it when they gave an animation update. It's funny though because NA never had that older version of Imiya because these started with the animation update, which just comes with the hit count increase. So they never had that. And so I was aware. The other one that they changed was Amakusa though, where like his ranged version had a different hit count than his melee version of his extra attack, which was kind of odd. Alright, let's go Yang CE because like even Protoku could have had better luck and gone a bit farther. We could have broken 1 turn sooner. We could have not died there, then reapplied our evade, and then like but we weren't winning that. We were in quite a bit of trouble there. I think he can do it with the Yang CE. I mean, the Yang CE is just such a huge boost in damage that, like, like, the difference between Ku and Protoku is pretty big, but I swear to God, if Ku can do it without the Yang CE, and then Protoku can't do it with the Yang CE, like, that's just fucked. I think he can do it. He'll probably not have an amazing win rate, though. Yeah, I think we're still gonna have to get lucky with where the crits land, and when we get our NP, and when we break the first health bar and stuff. But I think he can handle it. Alright, we want 1 other burn. Yeah, we want that one, because it gives crit damage anyway. And then, I think we give him the Gilgamesh one, because, yes, the Gang one gives 10% more damage when you crit, but there's surely going to be, you know, plenty of Buster cards that I do that don't crit. And it's still 20% on crits, so I think this is overall better. If we crit more often, right, then I would say, I don't know, maybe we go with the Absorb one, just so he really will crit a lot if we do the Absorb one. Nah, let's not get too stupid here. Deermid might be able to do it with the Yang CE if he gets really lucky. I will say Deermid has one thing here that just straight up gives him more value than both Ku and Proto-Ku, is that near the end, enemy Ku will pretty much always cast Guts, and if you NP that and it kills Ku, you'll remove the Guts and you won't get the Guts and you win. Now a lot of times you can target switch and not deal with that, but sometimes you'll hit Deermid with the NP, it won't kill, and then your attacks after the NP would kill, then Guts goes off and he lives. Deermid doesn't have to deal with that. I think Deermid would be really pushing it though. Proto-Ku does have more value than Deermid does in a straight like value off. So if Proto-Ku does this in flying colors, then I would say Deermid probably could do it. But if Proto-Ku is really pushing it and he's only got like maybe like a 30% win rate or a 40% win rate, then I think Deermid probably can't. If Proto-Ku ends up being kind of 50-50, then Deermid probably can, but his win rate's probably like 5 for 10%, right? It's something absolutely garbage. This is some tense music right here. Wall guard. Well, I can move the defense down then. Damn, I was so hoping we were gonna get the burn on our Buster card this turn. That'd have been so good. This probably counts as replica, I would say. If I was making this a video, I'd probably do something like that. I do like maybe the Blaze Blue music when you get a mirror match, right? Does anyone remember, does Blaze Blue play the mirror music if Hakumen fights Jin? I don't remember. I'm thinking it doesn't, but it should. That'd be amazing if it did. We haven't tried Enkidu yet. I would think Enkidu would win though because Ku has Divinity, so Enkidu will get his stun, and then Enkidu has such a massive value spike when he gets his stun that, and without his stun he's almost on par with Ku anyway, and then with his stun he's ahead of Ku, and if Ku can do it then Enkidu can do it if he's got his stun, like no problem. Now Scath gets her niche too, and because of the Divinity, so I would think she could do it. If Ku did not have Divinity, I'm thinking she probably couldn't. I don't know, it'd be close. She might be able to do it without the Divinity boost. It'd be close. It'd be tough. But she might be able to just barely do it. But with her Divinity boost, I would say she should be able to do it. Yeah, and he can remove his aid, yep. But yeah, when it's like, if Enkidu and Ku are like having a value off, and they're both at neutral, and no one is getting any niches, they're about even. If Enkidu gets any of his niches though, Enkidu's just better. He's just straight up. And Ku doesn't really have any niches outside of like debuff spam. And if for Scath versus Ku, if again they're both at neutral and there's no niches, Ku is generally a good bit ahead of Scath. It's a noticeable bit ahead, but he's not like blowing her out of the water. It's just like he's a noticeable step up. But then if Scath is getting her niche, she can generally be on par or a little bit ahead of Ku. And in certain styles of fights, I know she can be way ahead of Ku, because sometimes stun is just everything, right? And sometimes burst damage is everything, so it can just depend. Although there's other fights where like debuff clears everything, so it's apples and oranges at that point. Okay, we made no stars, so I'm definitely not doing my crit skill yet. That's true, we could just not use Scath's third skill. And actually, I'll be able to do that pretty soon, because I have Scath on my main account, and she's like NP2 or something. So it's pretty reasonable, and I'll get her 10 for 10 and everything, so we can test her to a degree. And I'll probably have someone in chat at some point that's got a Omega Max Scath, and then we can test that as well. Because I'm not keeping this stage on this account, but I'm keeping this stage on my main forever, so... The one thing that kind of hurts Scath here, and this hurts everybody, but it really hurts Scath, is Ku, the enemy, has a low hit count, and that's not great for her. Again, that's not great for anyone, but that's especially bad for her. Because she gets so much out of her NP, right? She gets more out of her NP than most units do. It does so much damage, and it fucking stuns, right? So if you get your NP a little bit faster than normal because of the enemy's hit count, that helps Scath more than like most people. Actually, potentially more than almost anyone, just because of how busted it is to be stun spamming. Okay, we've got 68, 90, 100. That's probably good enough. I don't think we shuffle that. Yang CE is such hacks, dude. And so basically everyone we just mentioned, Ku, Enkidu, Scath, all of them can win, niche or no, if they have the Yang CE. All of them can, right? It's that good. Oh, Cersei, that's a thing. Yeah, I'll shuffle that. Thankfully, the enemy Ku has not done his buff, so he does not have sure hit. Be really annoying if he did. Wait, did he remove burn when I NP'd? Oh god, I wasn't paying attention. I think he did. Oh god. Oops, I really should have been paying attention to that. I forgot he likes to use disengage. I have not been paying attention to the burn this entire time. I might have been whipping an ungodly amount of damage throughout the course of this. Mistakes have been made. Did he just guard it? How did I not get burned there? Did I put the wrong command code on my Buster card? I don't think I did. We're getting destroyed right now. Yeah, we're literally not even ahead of last time because of the burn nonsense. Okay, let's try this again. I need to pay attention. Gotta bring our A game here. Protoku's that fucked. Yeah, Kentoki's pretty cool now. He got buffed and all that, so he's getting the costume and people like that and stuff. Got a lot of options now. I really liked his buff. It made him better. Not like so much better he's broken, but it's like a not very noticeable amount better. And he makes his teammates better, so it's quite nice. Yeah, I think he guarded a few times, and I think he did clear them some. That was just shit. Mothman is not similar to Super Orion and Himiko. He's not. People think that because people only post videos of him when they're fighting a boss that just is like the miraculous thing that he needs to be able to get Chris going. Like, he is so much less self-sufficient than they are at actually doing damage. He's better at surviving, but generally if you just play Mothman, you're not going to really get crits, and you're also not going to NP as much as you would like. What makes Mothman work, and this is when he can get broken, is when the enemy has a really high hit count. And then you have something like a limit broken 20-30 or something, and then you get your crits through that. If you play Mothman pretty straightforward and against like a lot of bosses, he's not gonna have the loop ability with his NP, and he's not gonna crit like ever, and you're just not gonna get anywhere. Then he still tanks like a motherfucker, right? And he's just a good unit. Mothman is just good. Like, there's just no way around that. But he does not keep up with like Super Orion at all in most bosses because he just does not have, he's not self-sufficient. He needs the boss to like do certain things to really work. Now where Mothman can really excel though is against like multi-class situations and the enemy has a high hit count, because everyone else, you know, is only going to counterclass like one thing or whatever. But if you're fighting a bunch of different classes, Mothman is half counterclassing all of them, right? That's amazing, and there's been times where that's just like the key to him, you know, doing stupidly well. So Mothman has like a lot of variance. There's a lot of situations where he doesn't really do that well, but then there's situations where he's just like unstoppable, right? So he's a really weird unit like that, where Orion definitely has more just base value, where he works quite well against everything, and then he also peaks sometimes too, but Orion definitely has the better like standard value. It's not really even close. And Himiko honestly isn't really that close to Orion either. Orion is just really fucking good. That's like the best way to put this. But Mothman really does get so broken when the enemy has a crazy high hit count. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Wait, I forgot to remove the thing. I still have no burn on him. God damn it. It depends. Like, Berserker Orion would have a lot of problems with just, you know, exploding. But obviously he would just kill so many things to be absurd. So it just depends. Sometimes he has enough damage that he doesn't need the Berserker bonus, and he'd rather be at neutral so he doesn't take as much damage. Where being a Berserker, you do more damage, but you die faster. So it just depends, right? It just depends. Some stages it'd be better for Berserker, but there's a lot of stages where it's like, dude, I got enough damage anyway. Even though I'm at neutral, I'm doing fine. And so you'd rather just not take the bonus damage. But there are times where you'd want to be a Berserker. Especially if the enemy's going to like one-turn you anyway, right? So you might as well do more damage and just have the gut safety net, and maybe you have a guts from a Mystico, or from a CE, or then from a Mystico or whatever. So you're gonna leave 3 or 4 turns. Then you would rather be a Berserker. So it just depends. But it's true. There are, you know, Orion does have some similarities to Mothman in that I think some people think he's like the best thing ever, and they're just ignoring. There's a lot of stages that actually shut Orion the fuck down. Like, there's a lot of stages where Orion is just screwed. And some of those stages Mothman can do, right? Especially against multi-class stuff. Let's say you have a challenge quest where you're fighting 3 enemies that are 3 different classes, or even 6 enemies with 6 different classes, right? And they all have break bars. Orion kind of sucks for that, right? Where Mothman can do very well in those situations because he can just go the distance. If the fight's going to go on that long, Mothman just has so much more survivability than Orion. I tell you what would be broken is if Orion was a ruler. That would be so broken because Orion really only needs to be doing neutral damage, and then if he's that tanky, oh my god, like that'd be nuts. Yeah, Ruler Orion would be, that's just absolutely crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to apply burn any this turn, but we have a burn, so hopefully he doesn't remove it. You know, 20, 40, 40 is actually, you know, okay. Well, we got a crit. Okay, there goes our burn. That actually really sucks because it screws with us wanting to do quick. Man, Ku is just not having it from us right now. This is where you'd want to be a unit that, you know, doesn't mind doing like a Buster before NP or something like that, where it's kind of tough on Kodoku. Please don't guard. Oh yeah, also 1.1 instead of, yeah, 0.95. That's why I like Lancers though. Lancers get 1.05, right, which is pretty nice. But yeah, I think Ruler would probably overall be the best class for Orion. That would be super nutty. Which is, you know, I think they're aware that that would be stupid. I don't think they would do that. Because Himiko does not have the same kind of consistency with damage output that Orion does, like not even close. She's way more of a team unit. And Orion is good on a team too, but Himiko is very much a team unit. Massively so. Because her Stargin is reliant on having teammates, for God's sakes. Yeah, there is Luvia. That's kind of why Luvia is so good. At least Luvia, though, has 4-star stats. Can you imagine if Luvia had 5-star stats? Like, do we really need that? Fuck! Boy, Protoku's not having a good time with this stage, man. It's almost like Protoku's not nearly as good as regular Ku. And I don't mean that as in the regular Ku that he's fighting. I mean that as in the regular Ku that beat this that he's in competition with. That's the thing. Didn't I even make a video of this? I think I did make a video of this. We'll give him another shot, but we're getting to about the point where it's like, yeah, Protoku clearly has a really low win rate here. This is Guns N' Roses. It's the opening for Bakuno, which is a very... I'm biased, but I truly think most people should give Bakuno a shot. I think it's a really good anime. It's very unique. It is my favorite anime. Some people won't like it because it does not have a main character, right? So it's got kind of an odd structure. The way it kind of tells the story is somewhat abnormal. It's certainly not going to be for everyone, but I really like it. I think it's worth a shot. Because it's so unique, you should give it a try, because, you know, just to see. It is my favorite anime, but I will say it's very close. There's some other anime that are right up there with it, right? Like, I really like Fate Zero, I really like, let's see, Ghost in the Shell, like standalone complex, that's really good. Boy, I like Black Lagoon. Oh my god, Black Lagoon is so good, dude. I love that anime. A few other ones that are really up there with it. I like Fundamental Panic, but it's certainly not one of my favorites. I don't like I don't like hate the cast, but I don't really like the cast. I don't really like the female lead though. She's kind of just annoying, and if she was a man, everyone would hate her. So yeah, I don't really like the female lead, but like I like that some of the bad guys were cool, and the main character was all right and stuff. But Fullmetal Panic definitely had some cool moments, especially like in the second season and stuff. I really like that one story arc. I haven't seen it in so long. The whole anime I haven't seen it in so long, but there was that one story arc where like the main character went off on his own for a while, and he worked with like, those mercenaries or something. And they fought like that one major bad guy and stuff, like in the desert and everything. That saga was awesome because one, the female lead wasn't in it, and she's terrible, and it was more serious and like it had some really interesting, you know, stuff and all that. So like it has its moments, but overall it's definitely not one. It's certainly not one of my favorites, but it definitely has its moments that I really like. But it's been so long. I remember it having some damn good action though in season 2, like some damn good action in season 2. Yeah, I've seen Darker Than Black. It's been a long time. Fuck, I remember everyone hates season 2, but I didn't actually mind season 2, although there were aspects of it that I didn't like. But I've said this before in my stream, but like, I am very side character driven because I rarely find main characters appealing, right? They overwhelmingly have personality types and behavior and stuff that I just do not care about, and I don't relate to, and I don't find interesting. And so I like side characters a lot, and I actually like the side characters in Season 2 of Darker Than Black more than the side characters in Season 1. Like, there was that bad guy that, like, was, like, betrayed his faction and everything. That guy was really interesting. I can't remember his name. I don't remember anyone's name. Like, that guy was really cool, and there was, you know, lightsaber lesbian, that she was pretty cool and stuff. Like, the side characters were really interesting and had some cool motivations and stuff in the second season. I know a lot of people didn't like what happened with the main characters and stuff in the second season, but I didn't like the main characters anyway, so I didn't really care. But oh my god, I haven't seen either season of Darker Than Black in an ungodly amount of time. If I had more free time, I would actually watch that again, but you know, free time is scarce. Yeah, I don't remember her real name. If you saw the show, you would know why she's called that. Because she is a lesbian and she has a goddamn lightsaber, and she doesn't even talk very often, so it's like, it's relevant. I mean, seriously, I haven't seen that show in like 10 years or something. How the fuck? I don't remember anyone's name. Literally, no one. I cannot name one person in that fucking anime because it's been so long. I want to say the main character's name started with an H. That's the best I got. Why did I not remove the debuff? Why did I wait so long? I used my art card earlier, I think. Thankfully I got my MP anyway, so it didn't screw me too much there. Okay, I'm right. The main character did start with an H. I got something. There we go. I remember there was season 1, season 2 of like an OVA, and like the OVA had more of the side characters in it, which was nice. But I think was the OVA 1.5, I guess? I think it was. That's what it was. What am I doing here? I can't remember what 1.5 was even about. I can't fucking remember. I just remembered some of the side characters from season 2 were in it. And somebody got punched or something. That's all I got. Who did that Oh my god, Ku, you are the worst, by the way. You're killing me right now. Because he does that all the time. Okay, I know this is the last try. Let me try one more time. I'm gonna really concentrate for God's sakes here. I should watch Darker Than Black again. It's been so many years. It'd be interesting to see what my opinion on it is and stuff. And I like regular Gundam Seed a lot. It's funny, again, I hate the main character, but I like the side characters a lot. I hate Gundam Seed Destiny though, that's trash, but Gundam Seed was pretty good. I really liked like the main bad guy and like the druggies and everything. They were really cool and stuff. It's not my favorite anime though, but it's up there. Oh, Code Geass. Code Geass is awesome. That's awesome. That is up there. I like Code Geass more than Gundam Seed for sure. I really like Code Geass. Hellsing's eh. It has some cool moments, but it's not really my. It's, you know, it's pretty. It's not. I don't really find a lot of the characters very compelling, and it's kind of over the top with the animation style and everything, which is kind of what it's supposed to be, which is fine. But it's not exactly for me. But it's all right. I don't mind it. The werewolf captain guy was awesome, and he had a lot like. There's really interesting stuff implied with his character that they don't tell you, but like if you pay attention, they imply some interesting stuff with him that was kind of fascinating. I don't think I've seen Desert Punk. I've heard that name, but I don't think I've seen it. Oh man, I tell you, somewhat, this isn't that recent anymore, but a more recent anime that I enjoyed more than I thought. It wasn't like my favorite anime by any means. It was a little formulaic and predictable, but what was it called? It was like that boxing one. That one was fairly interesting, like Megalos or something. Yeah, someone just said it. Jesus, that's so weird that someone just said it, and I had barely given anything away of it there. But yeah, I thought that was pretty enjoyable. It wasn't like, you know, I wouldn't put it up there with my top favorites, but I certainly enjoyed that. It's funny though, I remember when I was watching the second episode of it, I was like, man, I want one of the villains to not use their robot arms either, right? Just because, like, yeah, this guy is skilled enough that I want to have, like, I care about the skill of it instead of winning, right? I wish it was someone that wasn't the main antagonist, though. Like, I was really glad that someone did that, but I wish it wasn't the main antagonist. I wish a side antagonist had been the one to do that. That'd have been really cool. Because it's kind of predictable to have the main antagonist do it at that point. But, yeah, it was pretty enjoyable. And we don't have burn. We also don't have any goddamn NP game. It's not really a remake, but it's like an homage, right? It's got a lot in common. G Gundam. I don't know what to say about G Gundam, dude. It exists. I saw a YouTube comment. Kai the Gamer, my friend, sent me this. There's like on YouTube. There's like one of the anime openings or something. One of the top comments is someone was like, "Wait, I didn't just dream this anime. It's like this is real." That sums up how I feel about it. That's, you know, take that as a positive or a negative, but that is how I feel about G Gundam. I think he fucking guarded, or this is awful right now. Oh, did Manus just start? Damn. I guess that would start pretty soon, wouldn't it? Man, we should have tried harder to progress more. We were stuck on this for a while. Oh, please! The only good thing about this is, it is making him not attack as much. Gundam Thunderbolt is an interesting one. There are things I really like about it and things I don't like about it. It's a little gimmicky. Like, the overall plot of it is pretty gimmicky and feels pretty contrived. But it still has some pretty good action scenes, and the animation is quite good, and it certainly has unique, like a unique main character. You don't really see main characters like that very often. So I enjoy it. Like, I enjoyed Thunderbolt, but it's not like my favorite by any means, but it's something I can watch and not be bored for sure. And then he insta-kills you. Yeah, and I'm at 95% right now. This is not going well. Yeah, I don't think Protoku has a good win right here. Like, he really doesn't. So, my favorite Gundams, because there's a lot, and I mean the shows, not the mechs. I actually don't like very many Gundams in terms of mech design. I like the not Gundam mobile suits, right? Like the grunts and the side suits and stuff. There are a few Gundams that are cool though, but you know, Death Sight's cool, Calamity's cool. I can think of plenty that I like. But anyway, so I really like the original Seed. Do not like Destiny. I like 8th MS Team a lot. Do not care for the love story in it, but other than that, it's fucking awesome. Really like 8th MS Team. I like 0080. That's really good. Yeah, Tolkie's is awesome. Oh my god, Tolkie's is like that's some good shit right there. And I do like Wing, even though it has a lot of things wrong with it. Right? There's a lot wrong with Wing because it has. You know, Fate is so bad about plot armor, but you know what else is really bad about plot armor? A Gundam Wing. It is so inconsistent with like its technology and the specs on things. It does not respect the specs of the suits ever, and it just contrives horse shit for whatever it needs to. So who needs to win wins and stuff. It's terrible about that stuff. But it does have Gundam Wing has really interesting themes about like, you know, like the characters and like the overarching plot and stuff. Like, there are things I really do like about Wing, and I do really like the Oz suits and stuff a lot. They're really good. So yeah, I like Seed, 8th MS Team, 0080. I fucking love 0080. Wing is good. There's a couple other ones that I really like, and I'm sure I'm forgetting. Because there's a lot of Gundam shows these days. How hard would this be if Ku had his buffs? It'd be pretty bad. It wouldn't make that much of a difference though, because he doesn't cast Guts much. So he wouldn't get the attack up until the end. And that could matter though. He could cast Guts and just kill you with the attack up. And having Sure Hit would just mean, you know, a lot of units with Evader would be screwed. Right? Oh, Iron Blood. I do really like Iron Blood. I didn't like it the first time I watched it, but I watched it a second time a little while ago and I actually really fucking liked it. And I'll talk about that in a second. But, yeah, him having Sure Hit would make a lot of units that have Evade just fucked. But the extra damage on his NP wouldn't matter because he's probably going to one-shot you anyway. Although, you know what? If he had his NP buff, his insta-death chance would be way higher. And that would fucking suck. So yeah, Iron-Blooded Orphans, I liked it a lot the second time I watched it. But I'm going to have such an unpopular opinion here. Okay, real quick, Double O, Season 1 is awesome. I don't like anything else from it. But Season 1 is really good. But I don't like Season 2 and I don't like the movie. I really don't like the movie. But Season 1 was super good. Like, I really like Season 1. But so, Iron-Blooded Orphans, this is going to be such an unpopular opinion. I don't like the main characters at all. I like a few of them actually, but I don't like the main character. And I like the bad guys a lot in Season 2. Everyone hates the bad guys in Season 2 for Iron-Blooded Orphans, but I think they're awesome because they're literally mirrors of the main characters, except they are actually smart. And as such, they actually get to live and they improve as human beings. Where the main characters are idiots and they never improve and they keep doing the same thing forever and ever and ever, and eventually it catches up with them and they die, which is what should happen. I really liked the antagonists of Season 2. They like made the show for me. They were awesome. And the fight scenes were great though throughout both seasons. The fight scenes were really good in both seasons. I really like the antagonists of Season 2. They're like a big part of why I like it so much. They were really interesting. They made better decisions than the main characters, and they won as such and survived. Where the main characters did short-sighted, stupid things and died, which that, you know, fair enough. But yeah, I think the animation was really good in Iron-Blooded Orphans. I think the music was really good. The voice acting was really good in both Japanese and dubbed. And the antagonists were really unique and awesome. And there was a few of the good guys that I liked, though. There was a few. They didn't really cheat, though. Everyone says the bad guys cheat in Season 2. That is like the stupidest fucking opinion ever. Because the good guys are constantly playing dirty from the start. That is the point of the goddamn show, is they're like, you know, so many of the people they fight are trying to be honorable and stuff. And then the protagonists are like, oh my god, why would you be honorable? Our lives are on the line. Of course we're gonna do everything it takes to win. That's like, the good guys say that constantly. And then when the bad guys do that, everyone's like there's so many YouTube comments like this for Iron-Blooded Orphans. We're like, oh, the bad guys just cheat, you know, and then meanwhile, you see in the earlier parts of the show when the good guys are doing the same thing, they're just like, yeah, look how badass the good guys are. They just play to win and they just make sure they survive and stuff. They're so edgy. And then when the bad guys do the same shit, the fans just bitch about it. It's so stupid. Like, the bad guys play dirty from start to finish. I'm sorry, the good guys play dirty from start to finish. And then the second the bad guys play dirty, it's like, oh god, how dare they? It's like, you know, when things are at stake and people care about their lives and they're trying to, get their ideals across and everything, of course they're gonna do whatever it takes to win. That's what literally everyone else in the show is doing. The bad guys in Season 2 are just the first ones to do it well. It's not a war crime though. Like, it's like they used a railgun. The fact that that's illegal, it doesn't matter, right? Almost every action that the good guys do is illegal. Like, you know what's illegal? You know what's illegal? Murder. They do a lot of murder. You know what else is illegal? Stealing. They do a lot of stealing, right? Using a gun that's against the law is less illegal than murder and stealing, by the way. And also, the fact that it's illegal doesn't really matter because it's just a railgun. Like, in real life, those aren't illegal. It's really contrived that weapon is illegal in that universe anyway. Also, the good guys use that weapon multiple times. Like, railguns are illegal in this universe for some fucking reason, right? And the good guys use railguns multiple times, and they have this one weapon that's like, not really a railgun, but it is, so it's like kind of illegal, but not. But then the bad guys just straight up start using railguns. And again, people bitch about it. And it's like, it's just a railgun. Right? The fact that it's illegal it's way more logical and meaningful to make murder illegal, right? That's way more reasonable. And if someone breaks that law, that really means something, right? And that's like a thing, right? if a railgun is, or a pop gun or a crossbow is illegal and someone uses it anyway, I'm not gonna hold that against the character in the slightest, right? You know, if they rape somebody, I'll hold that against them. If they do, you know, really, you know, shitty things, I'll hold that against. Using a railgun, a crossbow, or a bomb, like, who gives a shit, right? You know, meanwhile, the good guys are stealing and breaking the law right and left, but oh no, the bad guys use railguns. How dare they? Like, it's just silly. Like, people are really, I've seen that so much from the Iron-Blooded Orphans fan base, where they're really biased, and they look for reasons to, like, discredit the bad guys, because they're, like, salty, and they just gloss over the fact that the good guys are doing nothing but illegal activities for the entirety of the show. And early on, you know, they're in really bad circumstances, and you can kind of justify it, right? But later on, they're, like, really rich, and they're really accomplished, and they don't have to, they're not being forced into any of this stuff, and they're just doing it willingly. Right, so, and they're not even doing it for a good cause. That's why I'm so glad the antagonists win. Like, what's his name, Rustle or something? You know, he does bad things, or does, well, not really bad things, he breaks the law, but it's not really bad. But, you know, he's ultimately doing things to try to make the world more peaceful, right? The main characters are doing really bad things because they want to get more rich and have more fame. Like, what the fuck? Like, the bad guys do, you know, some morally questionable things, but they're doing it because they're trying to make the world better. The good guys do morally questionable things because they want to make a lot of money, and they want to be famous. Like, who the fuck do you think I'm rooting for here? Like, it's just silly. We are getting our asses kicked, and he just refuses to let us have burns. McGillis was pretty cool, but he's like medium, he's like good guy and bad guy. Like, he was kind of, he's literally Char. He's literally Char from the original Gundam, except the bad karma caught up with him, right? Like that's what he is. He's literally Char, except all the screwing over his best friends and everything comes back to bite him in the ass. Also, he's kind of a bit more of an idiot. He actually makes pretty bad decisions. Like he's kind of he read a book once, and he's got delusions of grandeur, and he thinks he can change the world without actually doing the things that make sense to change the world. And then he screwed over his friends, and they came back and killed him. Right? That's pretty much what he is, which is awesome, actually, because, you know, it kind of makes sense, so. But he was still a cool character, right? He was still, interesting and whatnot. It's only delusions of grandeur if you lose? I would agree with you, but that's just because of anime logic, right? But in the actual show, his ideals and philosophy and the way he's trying to go about doing things wouldn't work. Like, literally, it wouldn't work. He's being stupid, right? And like, Russell points that out. Like, he literally read a book once, and he's trying to, you know, up-jump everything and not actually, you know, like, plan and you put in the work, and it doesn't work. You know, he can't do everything, like, the way he wants, right? And he fails. And Russell wins, because Russell doesn't do that, right? That's why I really like Iron-Blooded Orphans, because it's logical, right? The good guys do a lot of stupid shit, and it doesn't work. And then the bad guys do a lot of smart shit, and it works, right? And then the good guys aren't just, I mean, the bad guys, they're not even bad, right? They're antagonists, right? But they actually have good characterization, and they're good mirrors. Like, what's her name? The most hated character in that show, what's her name? It's like Julia or Juliet or something? Julieta, that's what it is. She's like one of the most hated characters in anime history. She's like famous for being ultra hated, right? And I think it's kind of silly that she's ultra hated, right? Because everyone hates her because they're like, she didn't work for anything, which is a lie. And they're like, she's just a mirror of the main character, but she doesn't work for anything, and she wins because of plot armor. That's basically what everyone says about her. And they're like, oh, she's so blindly loyal. Like, she's just like this idiot that's blindly loyal. Meanwhile, the main character is the most blindly loyal idiot of all time. Right? That's the whole point. They're mirrors of each other. She's blindly loyal to the person that saved her life. The main character is blindly loyal to the person that saved his life. The difference is she starts to realize that she's being used and that Russell isn't just some magical savior that's always right. She realizes that sometimes, you know, he's somewhat bad, although she ends up agreeing with what he's trying to do, right? And I don't know where people get this, she didn't work for anything, right? She's literally in the military, and she's been in the military her entire life, in which every waking moment she spends training and trying to get stronger. And then people are surprised that she does well. I don't understand, right? It's like, she's in the goddamn military, and she's obsessed with training. Like, no shit, she's, you know, pretty decent, right? Like, what the fuck? And then, like, the difference between her and the main character is the main character does not see, like, his faults, he doesn't learn anything, and he remains blindly loyal forever, where, although she is very loyal, she stops being completely blindly loyal by the end, and she lives, right? Like, I'm totally okay with this. This is completely reasonable. We are getting destroyed right now, by the way. Yeah, Ku, if he has a lot of debuffs on him, really likes casting Disengage, which on the one hand lowers his damage output, right? He's not attacking us as much, and that's good. But it's not lowering it by enough to really save us too much. Because it keeps making us do these really awkward combos with our burn, right? And then that hurts our crits. So all in all, it's been pretty bad. Do I do the quick chain anyway? I think I do. And just hope for the best. Yeah, that's very common, that protagonist-centered morality, you know. That's definitely a thing that I see a lot. They don't really think about things outside the box and, like, logically a lot of the time. Like, I'll say people that, like, you have your typical chaotic good villain, right? Chaotic good villains are fairly popular, right? They have a potentially good goal, right? And they want good things, but they might go about it in unorthodox ways, in brutal ways, and things like that. And so, you know, there's an argument to be made if that's the right thing to do or not, right? But you'll see people that don't agree with chaotic good villains. They'll consistently disagree with chaotic good villains, right? And they may like them as characters, but they don't agree with them, right? But then they'll watch Code Geass and think Lelouch is right. And I'm like, are you stupid? Like, literally Code Geass is just flipping the script and making the typical chaotic, you know, good bad guy the protagonist instead. That's literally what it is, and then so they'll root for it then, but not it's kind of weird, right? It kind of shows how, like, influential perspective can be, right? So we're going to die when Ku gets his NP, and it'd actually be very difficult for us not to die then. If we had more health right now, we could save protection from arrows and not use it until he NPs. We actually want him to clear debuffs. That's actually the one out we have. Now, and some people, like, here's the thing, it is totally reasonable for me for someone to be like, yeah, I really like the main characters because I like their personalities and I like their story and everything, and I don't like the antagonists because I don't like their characters, right? That's fair enough. But what I often see is people try to discredit the villains for just really dumb reasons, right? It's not like, of course you might not like their art style, you might not like the way they act, you might not like their voice actor. There's all kinds of reasons you might not like the villains, you know, it's completely fair enough, right? But the reason they try to justify not liking the villains or the antagonists is because of things that the protagonists are doing constantly. So that's just hypocritical, right? And it's like, that's just silly. That's like sour grapes. Where if you just don't like, certain personality traits and all that kind of stuff, that's completely reasonable. Well, this looks like the end of the road. This makes me think, though, that Deer Mid absolutely cannot do this stage. There's just, I like how the one time he didn't remove the debuffs was the one time I wanted him to. Because then I'd have one stack of protection from arrows left and I could survive the NP, right? But, I'm gonna re-roll my quick stars and see if we get something lucky here. Well, he did his best. Well, he went out with a bang there. Not bad. This shows, though, how... Dude, this is insane. Like, this is just... I will say, you get less value out of the Yang CE there than normal, but you still get plenty of value out of it. He did much better with the Yang CE than without, just because of increased vulnerability, for God's sakes. So with the Yang CE, he's still doing noticeably worse than Ku without it. That is so highlights the massive value gap between them. Like, it's crazy. Because again, in straight value, like if we did this stage with day 1 Ku, yep, there we're in maintenance, damn. But if we did that stage with day 1 Ku before he ever got any buffs, day 1 Ku would still do better. It'd be a lot closer, but he'd still do a bit better. Like if they both had their best run. You know, they both had the best RNG they could have, or the worst RNG they could have, or whatever. But if they were equal with their RNG, regular coup would do a little bit better. And then, you know, then they buffed coup twice. So that's how crazy it is. All right, boys. I guess this is a good enough time to wrap it up. Let's see. I probably won't do Genshin today just because it's pretty late, and I'm gonna have to stay up late tonight to try to get that Arash animation update video out. But that was a good time, everybody. Got a little bit done in CCC. We probably won't continue with CCC for a while because presumably tomorrow we're gonna have 5.5. I am gonna do my best to stream tomorrow, but I cannot guarantee it because I'm gonna be working on videos and stuff. I'm gonna be very busy, but I'm gonna do my best to try to get videos done and kind of be happy where I am at with my main account, and then play the ult account because I'm surely gonna want to talk about this stuff. So I'll do my best. But yeah, I guess we'll just wrap up there. Oh, we should raid somebody. Hold on. Yeah, that was my rant about Gundam stuff. I have as much love for Gundam as I do for Fate. So it's a shame that Gundam never makes a good mobile game or online game or, you know, anything like with longevity. Every time they try to make a game with longevity, they fuck it up really bad. So there's apparently like one good PS3 game or PS4 game. Taco Bell ad, by the way. That's pretty good, but I don't have a PS4, so I can't play the damn thing. So all right, we'll raid Sniper, and I'll hopefully see y'all tomorrow. If not, surely the day after, but I'm going to really try to stream tomorrow. I'm going to do my best. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. Go Gundam collab win. I'd be down for that, but I don't think Rex would be. Anyway, peace out, everybody.